call, so when you wish to start, you may.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of Monday, June 7th. Our first item of business is our roll call, and I will hand it over to the city clerk to confirm presence at this meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence at today's meeting. Councillor Santos.
Present.
Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Councillor Willens.
Present.
Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
Councillor Fortini.
I'm here. Present.
Councillor Singh.
Present.
And I believe Councillor Dillon has indicated he's going to be a little late joining the meeting. I don't see him. And Chair Medeiros is present. And Mr. Chair, you do have a quorum. You have 9 members present.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Committee, please note that item 5.3 is statutory public notice agenda item regarding application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw by Glenshire and Associates, TFP Mei-Ching Developments Limited, to permit 261 residential units in a mixed-use, medium-density residential commercial block, 11687 Chinguacousy Road, Ward 6, has been withdrawn from the meeting agenda at the request of the planning staff and will be presented to the June 21st committee meeting. Also, the related correspondence 11.2 is also withdrawn to be present at the same meeting when the report comes back. Does any member wish to add a business item to tonight's meeting? Please use the chat function to get your name on the board. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add a discussion for the City of Brampton under new business for unlimited height and density policy.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. And City Clerk, that would correspond as?
That would be proposed item 9.1 under new business.
Okay, thank you. I see no further, so as there's no further additions to the agenda, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the agenda, that the agenda for the regular Planning and Development Committee meeting of June 7th be approved. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? There are no objections, so the motion carries. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well with the precautions and limitations. In-person attendance at this meeting is very limited. Members and staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways. Watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archived video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in a meeting, or submitting questions about the agenda business and recommendations made by committee today by emailing the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your question, which may be read into the public meeting record during the 15-minute public question period before the end of the meeting. Also, continue to follow important service and public health updates through the city's website, brampton.ca. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, so the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. Our next item is consent motion. Committee, as part of our new consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. Any of the following agenda items will not be subject to the consent motion for approval: delegations, presentations, added new businesses, and member discussion items in public question period. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. First item is item 7.3, staff report regarding city-initiated official plan amendment, Toronto Gore Density Policy Review Study. Okay, in consent. Item 7.4, application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision, Gagnon Walker Dome Special Planners, Credit View Holding Incorporated, to permit 8 single detached dwellings, Ward 5. In consent. Staff report, application to amend the zoning bylaw, item 7.5, application to amend the zoning bylaw, KLM Planning Partners I2 Developments to permit a 21-story residential building on Block 2, remove the holding symbol on Blocks 2 and 3 of Registered Plan, Malt Avenue, Ward 4, in consent. And item 11.3, correspondence from Brian Smith, President of Gravel Watch Ontario, May 18th, comments on provincial consultation to expand the Greenbelt, in consent. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to approve the consent motion. The following items were considered to be routine and uncontroversial by committee and were considered at one time. As per a trial process agreed to by council, the consent motion will be subject to a recorded vote. I'll hand it to the city clerk to hold the recorded vote.
Members of committee, please indicate your approval for the consent motion. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
In favor.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
In favor.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon is still absent. Chair Medeiros.
Yes.
That motion carries 9-0.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Our next section is statutory public meetings reports. Our next section of tonight's agenda is the statutory public meeting items. This is a public meeting of the Planning and Development Committee held in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act of Ontario. The proposals to be heard at this public meeting are the result of applications made under the Planning Act. These are not proposals of the City of Brampton unless they are specifically identified as city-initiated proposals. Tonight we have one city-initiated proposal for a statutory public meeting. The intent of this public meeting is to receive submissions from the public regarding these proposals. Given we have persons watching this meeting through the city's live stream, we will have staff present each proposal subject to a statutory public meeting unless committee decides otherwise. After receiving any pre-registered delegations, members of the committee may ask questions for clarification, but will not engage in debate on the proposal at this time. Committee consideration of the proposal will occur at a future meeting when planning staff bring forward the final recommendations report on each proposal. The city also has posted to its website, brampton.ca, supporting information documentation for these development applications for public review and reference. We will now proceed to consider the items on this evening's statutory public meeting agenda. After consideration of these public meeting items, committee will deal with the balance of the agenda items on tonight's agenda. And because we have such a packed agenda tonight, I would ask all members and anyone delegating, limit it to the 5 minutes, and I will be enforcing strictly the 5-minute time rule for delegations and for speaking. So we now go to item 5.1, city-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to implement additional residential units regulations. It's a city-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw to implement additional residential units, to implement policies that authorize the use of additional residential units in detached structures. I will now ask the clerk, I believe we have staff who are going to present first, and I'll ask Shahnaz Ashesh, and my apologies, our policy planner from the Building and Economic Development. Welcome, Shahnaz.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Good evening, members of council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Shahnaz Ashesh. I'm a policy planner, and alongside Claudia LaRota, a principal policy planner, we are initiating the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to implement additional residential units or garden suite regulations in the city. And today we are hosting the statutory public meeting. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments apply citywide in the residential area. Next slide. Thank you. The process to date, we had a status update go to the Planning, Development and Services Committee meeting in January, and we also held a council workshop this year in January. As of right now, we're currently hosting an online survey, and we are collecting feedback from the public. Today, we are hosting the statutory public meeting. Next slide, please. Housing Brampton was endorsed by Council on May 19 of this year. It's a comprehensive housing strategy that addresses housing affordability, diversity, and innovation. It aims to support the provision of age-friendly and inclusive housing that is affordable and accessible to all. The policy review for additional residential units is an early deliverable of Housing Brampton, and it is identified in the housing strategy. The policy review for additional residential units, or ARUs, supports the following principles of Housing Brampton, including reducing barriers to the supply of housing, making full use of regulatory tools, and incorporating equity. Next slide, please. Some of the background: the province approved Bill 108, also known as More Homes, More Choices Act, in 2019. It received royal assent in June of 2019 and made legislative changes to the Planning Act that came into force in September 2019. All municipalities in Ontario are required to adopt policies to permit the use of additional residential units, both within detached, semi-detached, or townhouse dwellings, and within an accessory structure located on the same property. Next slide, please. As you could see here, this illustrates the amendments made to the Planning Act. Today, it introduced Bill 108, and prior to that, we had Bill 140. Through Bill 140, it required municipalities to adopt policies to permit second units, either within the principal dwelling or within an accessory structure. Bill 108, on the other hand, adopts provisions to allow additional residential units, to allow 2 units in a detached house, semi-detached house, or a townhouse dwelling, and within an accessory structure located on the same lot as a detached house, semi-detached house, or townhouse. Next slide, please. Bill 108 has the effect of potentially allowing up to 3 dwelling units per residential lot. That would be the principal dwelling, the second unit, and the garden suites that is proposed through these amendments. There are no appeals to the policies that authorize the use of additional residential units as prescribed in the Planning Act. Additional residential units are defined as self-contained residential units with its own kitchen and bathroom facilities within dwellings or within accessory structures with its separate entrance. Next slide, please. These images show configurations of additional residential units. The image on the top shows second units, which could be in the form of a basement unit. The image in the middle refers to a garden suite that's subject to the proposed amendments, and it's a detached structure located on the same lot as, in the example here, a single detached dwelling. And collectively, through the proposed amendments, it would allow up to 3 units on the lot, as shown here on the image. So you have the principal dwelling, a second unit, and a garden suite. It's important to note that through the proposed amendments, you would only be permitted up to 1 second unit and up to 1 garden suite. It would not allow you to have 2 second units or 2 garden suites. Next slide, please. The City of Brampton has permitted second units since 2015. It's subject to specific zoning requirements and a registration bylaw. 2-unit dwellings are detached, semi-detached, or townhouse dwellings that contain a second unit. Through the proposed amendments, there will be no changes to the existing second unit provisions. Next slide, please. The city is currently undertaking an infrastructure capacity analysis. It is a preliminary review of the carrying capacity of existing built-up areas to understand impacts of gentle intensification on existing infrastructure and services. A range of potential impacts are being analyzed for a sample of residential neighborhoods in Brampton, looking at traffic, roads, parking, transit, water and wastewater, stormwater, school capacities, and taxation. Next slide, please. Claudia LaRota will speak to the draft official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment in these slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahinas. Good evening, members of committee, members of the public. My name is Claudia LaRota, and I am a principal planner with City Planning and Design. In the second part of this presentation, I will be discussing the amendments that we are proposing be implemented to regulate ARUs, and specifically that apply to garden suites. As you heard from Shahinas, we're not proposing to make any changes to the existing second unit provisions, but we are proposing some changes to the wording to clarify that both second units and garden suites will be a form of ARU as required in the Planning Act. The following provisions are proposed to apply to all ARUs, so both second units and garden suite. A maximum of 1 second unit and 1 garden suite is to be permitted for a total of up to 3 units per residential lot. ARUs are intended to be accessory in scale and function to the principal dwelling. This means that ARUs is to be smaller in size and also auxiliary to the principal residence. The exterior design of a garden suite must be consistent and compatible with the character of the principal dwelling. To protect the safety of the residents, ARUs are not to be permitted within floodplain areas. Adequate parking is to be provided on the lot. And lastly, the severance of a garden suite from the principal dwelling will not be permitted to ensure that another residential dwelling is not created. The provisions of the official plan are intended to ensure that ARUs are properly accommodated on residential properties. Next slide, please. In terms of the zoning bylaw, again, we are proposing general provisions that would apply for all ARUs, and they are to be permitted in detached, semi-detached, and townhouse dwellings, but not on properties that already contain a lodging house, a group home, or that are located within floodplain areas. As Council recently passed an amendment to eliminate the parking requirements for second units, we are proposing to require 1 additional parking space for lots that are proposed to contain both a second unit and 1 garden suite, but no additional parking space would be required when only 1 of them is proposed. And we're also proposing to bring forward a new registration bylaw to require that both second units and garden suites be registered with the city. So it will be the same registration process that we currently have for second units, and it would apply equally to garden suites. Next slide, please. In terms of the proposed provisions that would apply only to garden suites, these units are to be located on the rear or side yard of a property. And we are proposing to restrict the maximum size of the garden suite to 80 square meters, which it would be approximately 860 square feet, in those larger lots located in hamlet, estate, or agricultural zones. For those smaller lots, it would be permitted to be up to 35 square meters, so approximately 375 square feet. The garden suite is to be located a minimum of 2.5 meters or 8 feet from the rear yard, 1.2 meters, so almost 6 feet from the side yard, and 4 meters or 13 feet from the principal dwelling. For the height of the garden suite, we are proposing that the unit be no higher than the principal dwelling, or up to 7.5 meters or 24 feet in hamlet, estate, or agricultural zones, or up to 4.5 meters or 14 feet in all other residential zones. Similar to the requirements that we already have for second units to provide an unobstructed path of 1.2 meters, we propose to require that the same unobstructed path be extended along the side yard and rear yard to the main entrance of the garden suite. To minimize privacy issues with adjacent properties, we are proposing that balconies or rooftop patios not be permitted. And at this point, we are also proposing to permit garden suites that are made from a converted shipping container, as long as all the other zoning provisions can be met. Next slide, please. This is just a slide that shows a concept plan applying the proposed zoning provisions. So we're using as an example a 15-meter lot, which is a 50-foot, with a house that would be approximately 2,000 square feet. In this case, we see that the size of lot would be able to accommodate the maximum size of ARU that we're proposing, the 35 square meters. Smaller lots would be required to reduce the size of the garden suite in order to meet the proposed setbacks. Through the consultation process and the circulation of the amendments that are being presented today, we may determine the need to add additional provisions, such as requiring a minimum landscape area in the rear yard, or modify any of the proposed provisions. Next slide, please. As part of this policy review, the city launched a survey which is specifically intended to receive feedback on the proposed provisions that would allow us to implement a made-in-Brampton solution that is within the requirements of the provincial legislation. The survey will be available until June 14, so I would encourage all residents to complete it if you haven't done so already. So far, we have received over 360 responses. Next slide, please. As we have indicated, the city is undertaking this policy review to permit ARUs in compliance with the provincial legislation, and specifically Bill 108. These amendments are also in compliance with the regions and the city's booking. Next slide, please. With respect to the next steps, the proposed amendments that are being presented this evening will be circulated to internal departments and external agencies for review and comments. Once we have received all the comments, we will propose a recommendation. We will bring forward a recommendation report and an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw, and an amended registration bylaw for council adoption, probably sometime in the fall. In accordance with the Planning Act, policies that authorize the use of ARUs are not subject to appeal. Next slide, please. The information report and the presentation that are available on the city's website the information report and this presentation are available on the city's website on the meetings and agendas page, and also through our dedicated page for the policy review, brampton.ca/ARE. Our contact information is provided on the screen. And with that, Mr. Chair, we conclude our presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are none. There is only correspondence item 11.6.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we, members of committee, are there any questions at this time? Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Claudia. I know this is part of the Bill 108, but I noticed on there is no setbacks measurements there for parking. Usually, we have like a 5.1 or 5.2 meters setback from the home. I don't see anything on there. Do you know the new setbacks are going to be?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if I understood the question correctly. So you're talking about a setback from the ARU to the parking space?
From the house, usually for basement apartments, they ask for, I think it's a 5.4 meters setback from the water main to the property, to your home, to the property line. I didn't see any measurements on there. Do we have new setbacks?
No, so the only setbacks that we are proposing are specifically from the unit to the side yard, the rear yard, and the main dwelling. And also, in order to provide access to the unit, we are requiring a 1.2 meter setback along the rear yard to the entrance of the unit.
Okay, that's for the, so really for the second unit in the home, all the setbacks stay the way they were before.
Yes,
Nothing
everything
changes.
else would apply as existing.
So, and this is where I'm having a little bit of difficulty, because any new homes, or even in the old homes, it's very hard to get a setback from 5.4 meters setback for parking, unless the home is built before 1990. All these new homes, I see the water main is no more than 3 meters. So we just maybe look into part of that part, how the setbacks for the parking, because this is where I think we're facing a lot of issues. Okay.
Councilor Fortini, sorry to interrupt. This is Rick Kennard. Just for clarity, I think you're speaking of the minimum dimensions that we require for the actual parking space, which typically would, Claudia, fall between the property line where the shutoff valve would be located in the front of the house, and my understanding is, and Claudia, maybe you can speak to this, but the dimensions for the parking would be the same for the ARU as they are for, or what used to be required for the second unit.
Right. Okay. Now I got it. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fortini. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question for clarification. So, Claudia, if someone applies in the future to get one of these, we are going to have at that point hydro involved. We will have to have probably the region with the water mains and sewage involved, and we will have to have our building permit and bylaw people involved. Does that sound correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. So as part of the building permit, the city will ensure that the servicings are being extended to the unit. So you can either extend directly from the street or from the existing dwelling. But as part of the building permit process, the city will ensure that that's met.
And who will be doing that work if we extend water main from the street? Are we even contemplating the owner doing any of that work?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Rick, you are able to answer that question.
I can, Claudia. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Bowman. Any work that's done on the private side would be the responsibility of the homeowner. So yes, to extend the service from, well, to be honest with you, the region would actually charge the owner for the installation right to the street if there was a requirement to connect at the street. The work would have to be supervised or undertaken by the region, but from the property line back to the additional residential unit would be the responsibility of the homeowner. And as Claudia was mentioning, there may be options depending on the situation and what you're extending to extend from the service that comes from the house, but potentially you would have to go straight out to the street and connect to the infrastructure in the right of way.
Okay, so from a person who's standing back, it seems there's going to be people think it's a little harder now to get all the permits required to get a second unit in their house. I can see this being much more difficult when you're talking about electrical authorities and plumbing and the region and the city. But so that's okay. And Claudia, just one other question. Did you say the maximum size would be 800 square feet of one of them? Did I hear that?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's what we are proposing for those larger lots in estate residential and agricultural areas.
Okay, and as so currently our bylaw says even if we want to put a shed up, the shed can only be a 10 by 10 or 100 square feet. So are we going to have to look at modifying those as well at some point?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this point, we're not proposing any changes to the accessory structure zoning provisions. So this would apply specifically to the garden suite. So as long as you meet the other requirements in terms of setbacks, if you have sufficient space in your lot to accommodate a shed and the garden suite, you will have to be within the range of the setbacks that would be required. And it's a little bit larger than the 100 square meters for sheds now.
Okay, but theoretically, you could have your backyard, you could have a second unit in your basement, you could have an accessory structure in your backyard, and you could have a third residential unit in your backyard potentially.
Theoretically, yes, as long as you meet all the other requirements of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Paleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Claudia, and to staff, I'm a little bit concerned that there are no delegations on this item. Could you remind us what the public consultation process was for this item?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So because this is a citywide amendment, we posted the notice on Brampton Guardian and on the city's website. So we didn't do mail out like the typical mail outs that you do for some plans of subdivisions, that you do 240 meters.
Okay, so it was posted through the Brampton Guardian's online webpage, and then it was posted on our webpage?
Yes, it was.
So my concern is that because there's no delegations, and this is a fairly big item and will be once the first, I think, construction applications start rolling through, is my concern is if nobody went on the Brampton Guardian website to see this, and I've been on the Brampton Guardian website and haven't seen it. Brampton Guardian, I don't know if anybody has noticed, but any of the Guardians that I've received in the past few months have no news in them whatsoever. They just contain flyers, so they certainly didn't go out to any of the doors. And I don't know anybody who checks the Brampton City of Brampton website for applications, or I mean for information on presentations like this.
Councillor, through the chair, it's Bob Bierke here. I just wanted to indicate that this is fairly typical of citywide policy initiatives in terms of the response. We do have the survey as well that we're getting other contacts in, and certainly there will be those other opportunities for people to provide input through the process. But it's not all uncommon for the citywide processes not to necessarily yield a significant number of delegations.
No, I understand that, but it's a different world we live in now. Brampton Guardian used to deliver to a lot of homes in Brampton where we would see those items actually in the paper. And they don't do that anymore. So if you're not, if you're not, getting, well, if we're not in the Toronto Star and if you're not basically on those websites, then you're not getting this information. And we all know how this turns out. Once the first applications come through, then residents' concerns are going to be, well, why weren't we notified of this change through in the citywide? I think if it's not for this, it's for in the future. We have to change the way we advise the residents of Brampton about city-initiated items like this. And I don't know what we need to do, but we need to come up with something. Because that's what the residents are going to say once they don't like what's going in beside their house, which is there's a couple neat structures pictured in this presentation, but we're not sure how residents are going to what they're going to say about this, and we need to know.
Thanks. Yeah, through the chair, I'd just say it's a fair point to sort of look at other ways to publicize and get information in. I think, Claudia, you had something you were probably going to add?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to mention that we posted some information on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and we have been doing that for the past, I would say, couple of months, if not month and a half.
Which is good. But maybe what we need to do is have the discussion with communications on some kind of campaign to try and get the message out to all residents in Brampton that if they have social media or if they don't have social media, maybe create their own or log into social media so that they can start looking into seeing what is coming up with for items like this. If that's not what we're going to, like, we don't have the paper delivery to people's doorsteps anymore. So maybe the campaign needs to be getting the word out to find out where you can find things like this for residents. I'm almost thinking that maybe this is an opportunity where we should do something with this particular item also.
Well, we can, certainly through the chair, Mr. Council, we can certainly look at opportunities. We're doing a lot more in different types of communications through the Brampton Plan process, as well as testing out, I think as Claudia says, a few different channels. We can certainly beef that up. I'm also aware that, pre-COVID, we didn't necessarily have a huge response for some of the citywide ones. And at least we are on this one, we've got an indication that we've got, 3 or 350 people that have directly provided information through the survey. So, there is some feedback being brought in, but I think in general, certainly I'd agree we can look to explore some broader strategies.
And then, Bob, you mentioned that there is further opportunity for residents to provide comments. And what are those other opportunities?
So I think through the chair, as Claudia had indicated, we have the survey is open and available until the 14th. And so we've been promoting that as well. And so certainly as more word gets around, then people will get others to submit. That's the primary one, but we'll continue to promote that through Twitter and Instagram and any other channels that we can utilize.
Okay, Mr. Chair, through you to Peter. Peter, when do these minutes go to, do they go to committee or right to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, these minutes will be presented to the June 16th City Council meeting.
Okay, I'm going to, there's not much that we can, I'm going to pull them from the minutes then. If I need to refer them to that council meeting just to put a pin in it, then I'll do that. But I think this is a further discussion where I'd like to have communication in front of us as well to have that discussion on.
Okay, so Councillor Palashi, City Clerk, is that something that would require direction or some form of motion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, probably not at this point. I'll relay the message to communications, and the recommendations from tonight's meeting, if committee adopts them, will be presented, as I said, to the next week's City Council meeting and can be further debated at that meeting if council so chooses.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Palashi?
Yeah, I guess there's no recommendations. This is a public meeting, right? This is just for the public, so we can't provide any recommendations on a public item, I don't believe.
I believe that's correct, Councillor.
So I'll just, I'm fine with I see nobody else on the board, so I'm fine with I'll put a pin in this until it comes to council and remove it from the minutes at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palashi. As I don't see any other speakers, so I'll have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation. And I believe that's correspondence. That's application delegation. That the report titled Information Report City Initiated Official Plan Amendment Zoning Bylaw Amendment to implement the additional residential units regulations to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 7, 2021 be received. That staff be directed to report back to Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and staff recommendation. And that a copy of this report and council resolution be forwarded to the Region Appeal for information, and that correspondence 11.6 be received. Is there anyone opposed? No. So this item is now adjourned. We go now to item 5.2, application to amend the zoning bylaw, Sukhman Raj Corbett Land Strategies. An application to amend the zoning bylaw to permit 6-story townhouse units in Ward 3, 58 Jesse Street West. I will ask Nicholas Debler to make a presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Nicholas Dibler, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this development application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Corbett Land Strategies, Inc. on behalf of Sukhman Raj. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on property municipally known as 58 Jesse Street in Ward 3. It is located on the northeast corner of Jesse Street and Haggart Avenue South. Next slide. Yep. The applicant has submitted an application for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a townhouse development on the subject site. Next slide, please. There's currently an existing single detached dwelling and detached garage proposed to be demolished on the subject site. The site has the following characteristics. It's located on the northeast corner of Jesse Street and Haggart Avenue South, approximately 55 meters or 180 feet from Queen Street West. To the north is a mix of low-density residential and commercial uses, primarily fronting Queen Street West, as well as some industrial zoned land to the north of Queen Street. To the east, south, and west is a low-density residential neighborhood comprised primarily of 1 to 2 story single-family homes. The total site area is approximately 0.11 hectares or 0.26 acres. Next slide, please. This is a map depicting the properties located within 240 meters of the proposed development who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and on the City of Brampton website. Next slide. The applicant has submitted an application for a zoning bylaw amendment to permit a 3-story street townhouse development consisting of 6 units. The details of this proposal are the following: 15 parking spaces, including 12 residence spaces in rear garages and 3 surface visitor parking spaces. 1 rear laneway with ingress via Jesse Street and egress via Haggart Avenue South, a height of 11.6 meters or 38 feet, 5.75 meter wide slash 18.9 feet wide units. As well, the design of the proposal has been revised slightly by the applicant since the time of their original submission and as depicted in the public meeting notice. Generally speaking, the revisions represent changes to the exterior design of the building elevations, unit widths, provision of outdoor amenity space, landscaping, and the rear laneway and number of parking spaces. This list is not exhaustive. However, the proposed density of 6 townhouse units has not changed. Next slide, please. Here is a rendering of the proposal as viewed from the northwest along Haggart Avenue South, looking towards the intersection of Jesse Street. Next slide. The application will be evaluated against the existing provincial and municipal policies, including those found in the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Region of Peel official plan, City of Brampton official plan, and the Downtown Brampton Secondary Plan, Area 45. Next slide, please. Property is designated central area as per Schedule A of the official plan. The central area permits a wide range of uses and activities and is intended to be a vibrant mixed-use center. An official plan amendment is not required to permit the proposed residential use. Next slide, please. Property is designated central area mixed use in the Downtown Brampton Secondary Plan. The designation permits any combination of commercial, retail, office, residential, and other uses, as well as a full range of entertainment and cultural uses. The overall maximum floor space index, or the ratio of building area to site area, permitted in this part of the secondary plan is 2. The proposed development has a floor space index of approximately 1.17. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The property is currently zoned Residential Extended 1. Residential uses permitted in this zone include single and semi-detached dwellings, duplex or triplex dwellings, a double duplex building, and a multiple residential dwelling containing no more than 4 dwelling units. A townhouse development containing 6 dwelling units is not permitted under this zone. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to permit this development. Next slide, please. Comments from staff and external commenting agencies are required in order to complete a comprehensive analysis of this application. The following issues and questions have been identified at this time through staff's preliminary review of the application. These issues and any other matters identified through the processing of the application will be addressed through a future recommendation report to the Planning and Development Committee. Number one, compatibility of the proposed design with the surrounding low-density residential neighborhood, comprised primarily of 1 and 2 single detached homes. The width and layout of proposed rear laneway access and parking considerations. And number 3, the proposed landscaping and provision of adequate outdoor amenity space. Next slide, please. So this slide just shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application for the zoning bylaw amendment was received on March 1st of this year. The application was deemed complete in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, and a formal notice of complete application was issued to the applicant on March 3rd of 2021. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comment, and the notice of public meeting was given to property owners in the vicinity of the property, as well as published in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and city website. As you can see, we're now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's public meeting, comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, growth plan, regional official plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation are complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provides their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once a decision is made on the application by council, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly as well. Once again, my name is Nicholas Deibler, and my contact information is posted on the screen. As well, you'll find the contact information for Jonabel Saramuga of Corbett Land Strategies, who represents the property owner. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, I believe we do have registered delegations.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have 8 registered delegations, but before that, we have a presentation from Jonabel Saramuga, Corbett Land Strategies, regarding this proposed application. And Jonabel, you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the public, and members of the committee. My name is Jonabel Saramuga. I am the development planner from Corbett Land Strategies, otherwise known as CLS, and I am representing the landowner of the proposed development located at 58 and 60 Justice Street. Next slide, please. Following our informal virtual Zoom meeting with the local residents on April 19th, 2021, I would like to address tonight's presentation the concerns that were presented at the informal meeting that primarily contributes to the neighborhood's compatibility, character, and sense of community. The following concerns were related to height, building design, privacy, and landscaping. Since our first submission on March 1st and the feedback we received from the residents at our informal meeting, we took into consideration on how we can improve our site design to address these concerns. The building rendering shown on the right is the previous site design for the site. This design has now been updated, as I will illustrate them in the next slides. Next slides, please. That being said, let me walk you through what we have updated. One of the concerns we received was that the building was too close from Jesse Street. The original setback proposed was 1.5 meters. With our updated site design, we shifted the building to the north to provide for a 2-meter setback from Jesse Street. The rear laneway is now increased from 3.5 meters to 7 meters to accommodate for a car turning. We added a barrier-free parking space for a total of 3 visitors parking. Tandem front walkways are introduced to maximize soft landscaping of the site. The addition of the slope roof from the front and back of the units will improve privacy, as residents will not be able to look over at the neighbor's backyard while the residents are enjoying their rooftop terrace. And lastly, the corner townhouse unit on Jesse and Haggard Avenue is now chamfered to increase visibility of traffic. Next slide, please. From our last building design, we reduced the building height from 3 stories to 2.5 story. Architectural elements of the building are also improved, which are reminiscent of the existing architectural character of the neighborhood. This is to improve compatibility with the existing architectural elements and building materials in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. For the south elevation facing Jesse Street, defined architectural features focusing the centralized windows are introduced, supplemented by landscaping features, which enhances the overall design of the site and building, and it also animates and enhances the overall public realm. I just want to point out that this slide, the sidewalk is not shown. I want to confirm that there will be a sidewalk fronting Haggard Avenue, and it will be shown in our final plans. Next slide, please. Our conceptual landscape plan illustrates how the landscaping features will improve the character and sense of place of the neighborhood, such that we are proposing 4 medium canopy trees that will be located along Haggard Street. Proposed 3 small canopy trees will be located along Jesse Street. Permeable precast concrete for the private laneway and tandem front walkways are introduced. Wood privacy fence is located along the north and east edges of the property, which will be 1.8 meters in height. Coniferous and flowering shrubs and flowering perennials will be integrated into the landscaping design. Next slide, please. The proposed application is consistent and it conforms to the provincial policies, and it maintains the purpose and the intent of the City of Brampton official plan and secondary plan. It will provide a modest form of intensification through redevelopment of lands, and it will contribute to a diverse range of housing options in the Brampton and the City of Brampton, and that will make efficient use of the subject lands. It will accommodate for needs arising demographic changes in the region, including household sizes and income. The proposed redevelopment provides for a varied housing type in a compact built form. Further, community engagement will be conducted as needed for this proposal. At this time, our project team is working on the second submission to the city, addressing the rest of the comments and concerns that were submitted. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and that is all for today. Thank you.
So through you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Yep, go ahead, City Clerk.
My apologies. So there are 8 registered delegations. The first is Dennis and Ruth Taylor. Dennis, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee on this matter.
Hi, to the chair, and personally to the lady representing the development. I commend you for some of the changes that you have made. My wife and I are longtime residents on Jesse Street. This is a small, quiet neighborhood where the children can play in relative safety and neighbors know one another. I believe that this development will not fit in with the sense of neighborhood. Most of the homes here has been pointed out, are one and that are bungalows, or there are some 2-story. I'm afraid that what they've developed will stand out like a great gray monolith on that corner, and the added traffic will make it even busier. I understand this is considered a double lot, and the development company wishes to maximize their investment. If a pair of 2-story semi-detached houses had been proposed, it would have fit in much better. This section of Jesse Street extending from McMurtry Avenue down to Etobicoke Creek is a dead end and is a neighborhood. It is a street where people come to stay and raise their families. People get to know each other and look out for each other. People will say hello or wave from their front porch. Neighbors have helped us with clearing snow and trimming trees. What will be the impact on our neighborhood if this project goes through? Will we experience a loss of power and water at times? What about telephone and internet services that rely on underground cables? Where would the necessary machinery be parked? It is proposed that vehicles will enter off Jesse Street and exit onto Haggard Avenue. It is a challenge to turn from Haggard onto Queen Street at certain times, particularly if attempting to turn left. It is possible that vehicles would turn out from Haggard back onto Jesse and proceed to McMurtry. Again, it is a challenge at times turning onto McMurtry as vehicles are heading to the light to turn onto Queen Street. More vehicles would add to these challenges. In addition, we've heard that vehicles that wish to make a right onto McMurtry find it is a very tight right turn and will often turn onto Haggard to Jesse and follow it over to McMurtry. This can include emergency vehicles. Unfortunately, many vehicles often blow through the stop sign at Haggard Street and Jesse before turning onto Jesse. with this building on the basically on the corner. They will not even see vehicles coming along Jesse Street, which have the right of way. There is a provision for 3 visitor parking spaces. If there are more than 3 visitors, do they park on the street? How will this affect the temple on the days that when visitors need to park on the street? At present, the city plows the sidewalk on Haggard beside this property, as no houses face onto Haggard. Will the residents now be responsible since the townhouses will face Haggard? Where will there be space for the children to play? Where will the waste collection carts go? Why did the company think that such a high-density project was a good fit for an area with bungalows and some 2-story houses? Most homes on this street are bungalows. Balconies for this development have been altered. I can see that, but it's still going to give people a feeling that they are living in a fishbowl. When talking to the developer group, they were asked where children in these townhouses will play. It was suggested that they could play in Jesse Park at the west end of the street. This is a park in name only. It is actually the floodplain for the creek and is often wet. In fact, if it has been a long, hard winter, when spring arrives, the creek is flooded almost up to the street level. In the winter, some of the children skate in the field, and no water needs to be added to create a skating area. Is the city going to make this into a park that is safe? And the problem there too is that homeless encampments have occurred in this space as well. I'm sure that the argument will be made that Brampton is evolving over the years, and I've heard other developers make the comment when they made proposals they would at least get the kind of development they wanted. That is fine, but they do not live in this neighborhood. We do. And if this neighborhood property can be rezoned, could other owners apply for rezoning to build bigger homes or more townhouses? It is proposed that vehicles will enter off Jesse Street and exit onto Haggard Avenue. Bear in mind that there is no houses on that side that exit onto Haggard. And I think I pretty well have covered what I intended to cover. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carlo Cedrone. Carlo, you can unmute your mic to address the committee. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good evening. I just wanted to bring up some concerns that I had. The house I don't know what the length of the setback, like these 2 houses, 58 and 60, has no house on it, but 58 does. And it's a setback of, I don't know, I'm saying 19 feet. And putting this new development in, it does change the landscape of our street. And I worry about that this development doesn't fit in the design. It's nice to maximize the ground level, putting 6 units. But what is the maximum that could really be on that property? That it would be fitting for our area. I understood hearing the person that talked before, 2.5 floors. What does that mean? But is it 2.5 floors, but still the same height? Or is it only visual 2.5 floors? Is the 3rd floor livable, or is it crawl space? I don't understand that. But my concern is, when they collect the garbage, where are they going to collect the garbage? Because there is no setback from the road, like 2 meters. They're saying, and they're going to build put a tree. The trees have to be pretty small. They grow after a few years, and they're all going to be pushed. When you have that private driveway in the back, is it going to go pushed across to the other side of the street? Like the amenities, like Dennis already said a lot that what I was going to say, but those are my concerns. That this project is fairly large for the area of the space that it wants to occupy. And that's all I have to say. It was just those are my concerns. And because that's all I had to say. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next registered speaker was Sean Power, but Sean Power has not joined tonight's session. We now move on to Mark Symington. Mark, you can unmute your mic. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Mark, I'll go ahead and unmute your microphone. Go ahead, Mark. Mark, you can address the committee at this point. So, Mr. Chair, Mark, we're not hearing you, so I'm just going to put you back on mute. And, Mr. Chair, the next delegate is Dunk Gibson. Dunk, you are in the session now. You have up to 5 minutes. You can unmute your mic to address the committee.
Thank you very much. My name is Duncan Gibson, and I live at 70 Jesse Street, directly across the street from the proposed development. I strongly object to any bylaw changes that would allow any townhouses to be constructed on this property. This is a residential community of 1- and 2-story detached homes that have mostly been updated. To allow any townhouses, specifically up to 2.5 or 3 stories, would significantly deteriorate the entire neighborhood. Where does the snow go with no adjacent property? What would garbage be picked up in the laneway or off Haggard? Pre-pandemic, temporary parking on Haggard Street and most of Jesse Street, because of the barber shop, hairdresser shop, and church, was already at the maximum without any additional traffic. Where are the children going to play? Of course, on the street. Where else? I truly feel for the safety of these children darting between parked vehicles. Pre-pandemic, it was impossible to go west off Haggard Street between 3:30 and 7:30, and to get off Jesse Street at McMurtry was also very difficult, as cars were lined up from Queen Street back to the railway tracks. So unless an obliging vehicle allowed one to turn north on McMurtry, you had to wait and wait. And believe me, there are not too many obliging motorists in Brampton. Where would extra vehicles and service vehicles park? Haggard, Jesse, and Royce were not designed for the kind of parking and traffic that will occur. I'd like to ask Nicholas Driver 3 questions. I don't know if I'm allowed to or not. Are the proposed units for purchase or will they be rentals? Hearing no response, I suppose I'm not expecting to get an answer now. Second question, would you please confirm that the current bylaws do not permit construction of any 3-story units on Jesse Street? And thirdly, would any bylaw changes, if allowed, apply only to 58 Jesse Street or all of Jesse Street? There are only 2 exits from this neighborhood, Queen Street via Haggard and McMurtry via Jesse or Royce. Is council willing to install traffic lights at 1 or 2 of these intersections? It is unbelievable that your Commissioner of Planning, Building, and Economic Development supports the removal of the H symbol based on the so-called traffic study, which was conducted during the pandemic and only on Henderson Avenue, without any consideration or recommendations for the 600 or 700 vehicles that will be coming and going daily from the old Gum Papers property. Based on his recommendation and the unbelievable traffic study, I truly hope council will reconsider their intent to pass a zoning bylaw to remove the H holding symbol. This proposal will create too many people, too much parking and traffic, and safety concerns in such a small area. I trust this meeting is not just window dressing, and that no bylaw amendments are made to accommodate this proposal, and the construction of anything 2.5 or 3 stories high will not be permitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm now going to go back to Mark Symington. Mark, you can unmute your mic to address the committee. You have up to 5 minutes. So Mark, I see your microphone is active, but we're not hearing you at the moment. So I'm going to put you back on mute. And if you can go into the WebEx application, the bottom of your screen, and make sure that your device is configured with WebEx, and then we'll come back and try you again. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the next delegation is from John Marskell. Unfortunately, John has not joined tonight's meeting. And we also have a video delegation from Beverly Dalzil. And just bear with me a moment, and we're going to bring up her video delegation.
Good evening. My name is Beverly DL. I live at 54 Jesse Street, and this evening I'd like to talk about the building of 6 3-story townhomes at 58 and 60 Jesse Street. I would like to bring to Council's attention the minutes of the Queen Street West Land Use Survey meeting that was dated September 2011. The intent of this meeting was to establish a long-term use and urban design vision for the area. On map F, I hope you were distributed a copy of it. It was decided there would be no change to Jesse Street. It would remain a single-family detached dwelling area. I hope this promise made to many residents of Jesse Street who attended this meeting will not be broken. A petition against this rezoning was signed by the majority of people who live on Jesse Street, and it was sent to Nicholas Diebler on 27th of April of this year. 6 townhomes will not make a difference to the shortage of housing in Brampton, but will make a difference to the many people that live on Jesse Street. There is also the proposal to take into consideration of the building of 402 townhomes and an 11-story condo 350 meters away. Also 550 meters away, there's a proposal to build an 11-story condo. This will help with the shortage of housing. Many of the people I have talked to stated they moved here to Jesse Street hoping it would be their forever homes. I hope they get to keep their dreams. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, the next registered delegation was Megan Bennett. Megan has not joined the session. And finally, I'm going to go back one last time to Mark Symington. Mark, I'm just going to unmute your microphone, and we'll try one more time to see if you can connect. Hi, Mark. So, Mr. Chair, it appears we're having a connection issue with Mark Symington. He is in the session, but his microphone doesn't appear to be working at this point in time. So that concludes all of the delegations for tonight's meeting. There also is correspondence identified as 11.4 on today's agenda to be considered with this item.
Thank you, City Clerk. Members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification? Okay, I see none. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the staff report recommendations applicant delegation. The report titled Information Report Application to amend the zoning bylaw Sukhman Raj Corbett Land Strategies dated April 23rd to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 7th, 2021 be received, and the Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and staff recommendations subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and the comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the delegations and correspondence be received. Are there any members that oppose? No, so the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Our next item is item 5.3. This item was withdrawn from the agenda at the request of planning staff and will be presented at a future meeting. Our next item is item 5.4. Application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw proposed draft plan subdivision Glenchnar and Associates. And this is an application to permit 27 single detached residential blocks, 16 townhouse residential blocks, and this is on south of Mayfield Road between Remley Road and Torbram, Ward 9. So I will hand it over to, I believe, do we have staff presentation? Yes, Stephen Dykstra, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee and public. My name is Stephen Dykstra, and I'm the development planner assigned to process and review this application, which is to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. The purpose of this is to public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application. Reminding everyone that no decisions will be made at this meeting. It's for information purposes only. It is noted that this is for file OZS 2021. The applicant is Digram Developments Brampton, and the consultant is Lenschner and Associates. Next slide, please. This file is located on the south side of Mayfield Road, generally located between Bramley Road and Torbram Road. It's about halfway between the two. Go to the next slide. Here we can see where the subject lands are located in the red box. It is east of the Smart Center Plaza. The lands are currently vacant, and it is part of a secondary plan. And within those plans, it includes residential to the east, to the west, and it has a park to the south of it. As you can see, further to the south of this, we have Sesquicentennial Park. Next slide, please. This is the proposed development here. There are 16 lots and 11 blocks for single detached residential dwelling lots. There's one townhouse residential block with 8 units, and there's one residential reserve block with 8 units. There's a medium density residential block, which is anticipated to have about 160 units. And there is one park block on the south end, which is 1.33 hectares or about 3.3 acres. It also includes some valley lands and obviously some public roads, and it actually has a laneway in here as well too. Next slide, please. Public notice was sent out to 240-meter radius. I should also note that notices were sent to the property owners in the town of Caledon who are in 240 meters of the subject lands. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian and was also put on the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. This application is going to be evaluated against provincial and municipal policies, including the Planning Act, the PPS, the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region of Peel Official Plan, City of Brampton Official Plan as well. Next. These lands are designated residential and open space in the official plan. It does not need a amendment for the official plan designations. Next. Within the secondary plan, these lands are designated low density residential, medium density residential, medium high density residential, and citywide park. It does require an amendment to the block that's just north of Inspire Boulevard. It's currently identified as sort of a brown and a darker yellow. Those areas are going to have to be amended in order to increase the density and height. Next slide, please. This is the block plan. It identifies these lands as low, medium density residential, medium high density residential, park, and valley land channel. We do not need to do an amendment to the block plan at this time. Next slide. The lands are currently zoned agriculture, which only permits a single detached dwellings and agriculture related uses. The proposal will require a zoning bylaw amendment to permit the single detached dwellings, the townhouse, and the medium density development. There'll also be requirement for the parkland as well and valley lands to be zoned as well. Last slide, or next slide, I should say. There's a couple of items that are currently under review. The staff have to review the implications and how this application deals with the adjacent lands and the growth management, staging, and sequencing strategy. Specifically, the services for the area have not been completed. There's no public access to the site due to the configuration of the roads, and the development should be coordinated with the adjacent lands to ensure that the built form is completed in conformity with what's proposed. Next slide, please. This slide shows where staff are in review of the application. We're now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from the residents. After tonight's meeting, staff comments will be received from other city departments, agencies, and members of the public, and these items will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the other documents that I've mentioned previously, including the provincial policy statement, Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, Regional Official Plan, the city's official plan, and the secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation has been completed, staff will return to Plan and Development Committee with a report. The report will address all matters raised by the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that has provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the report will be considered by the committee. Once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there is also an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Last slide. This is the information, this is the contact information. Tonight's meeting will be available online, and the presentation will be available online as well too. My name is Steve Dykstra. My contact information is provided there, as well as the consultant's information. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, are there any delegations?
Mr. Chair, there are no delegations and no correspondence. Vanessa DeVelter from Glenn Schnarr Associates on behalf of the applicant is present should there be any questions.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions? I see none. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Dillon to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation, that the report titled Information Report Applicant to amend the official plan zoning bylaw. Yes.
Sorry, Councillor Dillon is not present in the meeting at the moment, so.
Oh, my apologies. Councillor Singh. So a motion moved by Councillor Singh to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation, that the report titled Information Report Application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision diagram development, Brampton Incorporated, to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 7th be received, and that the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of public meeting and the staff recommendations subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposals. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will be counted in the affirmative. No? Okay, no objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We go now to item 5.5, an item staff report regarding application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan and subdivision, Corsac Urban Planning, Jim and Louisa Mocon. Item number 5.5, 1879 Queen Street West, Ward 4. And I will hand this over to Kelly Henderson.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Kelly Henderson, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Corsac Urban Planning on behalf of Jim and Louisa Mocon. Next slide, please. The subject property is located at 1879 Queen Street on the south side of Queen Street, west and east of Mississauga Road in Ward 4. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing a draft plan of subdivision consisting of single townhouses and an apartment. The proposal requires an amendment to the official plan and zoning bylaw, as well as a draft plan of subdivision. I will provide additional detail with respect to these documents later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. This is a map showing the property owners within a 240-meter limit of the proposed development who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. The property is currently occupied by a greenhouse, wholesale, and retail garden center. The site is approximately 7 hectares or 17 acres and has a frontage of approximately 97 meters or 317 feet along Queen Street. Next slide, please. I will now get into the specifics of the proposal. The draft plan of subdivision consists of 9 single detached dwellings, 39 street townhouses, 1 condo townhouse block, which proposes to have 17 rear lane townhouse units, 1 apartment block, which is proposed to be 12 stories with a maximum of 200 units, as well as include 2 levels of underground parking. There's a park block proposed, as well as 1 partial stormwater management pond and several natural heritage system blocks. Next slide, please. This is the proposed apartment building elevation. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Provincial Policy Statement, conformity with the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Regional Appeal Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide, please. The property is designated residential and open space on Schedule A of the Official Plan. An Official Plan amendment is not required to permit the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated low-density residential 1 and primary valley land within the Credit Valley Secondary Plan. It is also within Special Policy Area 2, which recognizes the long-term development potential of the lands and how they should be developed as an integrated entity. An amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit an increase in the permitted height and density. Next slide, please. The property is located within the Queen Street West Credit Valley Tertiary Plan. The tertiary plan is proposed to be revised to recognize an increase in height and density for the apartment block. Next slide, please. The property is zoned agricultural and recreation commercial by the city's zoning bylaw. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is required to facilitate the proposal. Next slide, please. The following preliminary issues have been identified to date. Staff are examining the appropriate buffer to be provided from the natural heritage features, the appropriateness of the density and the compatibility with the surrounding land uses, how to best integrate the proposed development within the existing and proposed neighborhood and ensure compatibility with the surrounding land uses, and how the proposed development relates to the recently endorsed tertiary plan. Any potential issues that are raised throughout the processing of this application will be addressed through the recommendation report. Next slide, please. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application was deemed complete at the beginning of April 2021. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comments, and the notice of the public meeting was given to the property owners in the vicinity of the property as well as published in the paper and on the city's website. We are now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's public meeting, staff comments received from city departments, agencies, members of the public that submitted correspondence, as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting through the public delegations will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, the Regional Official Plan, and the city's official plan and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with a recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to this application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by committee. Once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available shortly. Again, my name is Kelly Henderson, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on the screen is the contact information for Allison Bucking of Corsiac Urban Planning, who represents the property owner. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, does the applicant want to make a presentation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, and that would be followed by 3 registered delegations. So Allison, we're just bringing your presentation up, and then you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. So please proceed, Allison.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Allison Bucking. I'm from Corsiac Urban Planning, here on behalf of Jim and Louisa Mocon, to speak in regard to the proposed official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision application located at 1879 Queen Street West. I just want to thank Kelly for the excellent presentation and just would like to supplement a few of her slides with some additional context information. Next slide, please. As stated previously, the site is located near the intersection of Mississauga Road and Queen Street West and is mostly referred to as 1879 Queen Street West. It is currently occupied by the Mocon greenhouse operation. Next slide, please. On this slide, we wanted to illustrate the site context. The site is part of the Special Policy Area 2 Tertiary Plan. At this time, 4 development applications have been submitted for the lands within the Tertiary Plan area. To the west, the CESTA lands have been approved for 5 single-detached, 4 semi-detached, 13 street townhouse, and 59 condominium townhouse dwellings. To the east, a development application for the Rotary lands has been submitted to permit the development of 2 residential apartment buildings with heights of 12 and 14 stories. This is followed by the Laringcord lands, which were approved for 71 street townhouse dwellings. During the preparation of the initial tertiary plan, we were coordinating a number of items and we're focused mainly on the location of the stormwater management pond, the park, and the road locations, and did identify that the peninsula at the rear of the site was well suited to accommodate an apartment building. Since this time, we've had a chance to review the site again and the height of the mature tree line, and believe a 12-story building height is appropriate and will allow units to have views above the mature tree line into the valley. As you can see, the tertiary area plan itself is surrounded by an extensive natural heritage system. The Huntonville Creek is located to the east, and the Credit River is located south of the Lion Head Golf Course. Next slide, please. This neighborhood context plan illustrates the nearest existing single-attached dwelling to the proposed developable limit of the apartment block, which is the underground parking, to demonstrate the minimal impact it will have on the existing area. To the north, the closest single-attached dwelling is approximately 379 meters away. To the west, it's approximately 300 meters away from the limit of the site. To the east, it's approximately 224 meters. And to the south, it's approximately 570 meters. Next slide, please. Kelly covered the proposal in her presentation, and I would just like to highlight this is a unique site in the city of Brampton, surrounded by an extensive natural heritage system, and is well suited to accommodate the high-quality executive-style housing proposed for this site. Further, it will provide the primary access road to service the developments to the east and the west. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see the conceptual colored site plan for the apartment building block, which consists of a 12-story apartment building with approximately 200 dwelling units and 2 levels of underground parking. The apartment block is intended to be developed as a luxury apartment building with larger apartment units. It will incorporate setbacks and stepbacks to add variety to its facade and reduce perceived mass. Given its location and the design measures proposed, the increase in height and density will have minimal impacts on adjacent properties and will satisfy market demand for this type of development in a prestigious location. Further, it will maximize views into the natural heritage system features and the Lion Head Golf Course. Next slide, please. On this slide, you'll see the peninsula where the apartment building is proposed to be developed. You can see that the peninsula is surrounded by natural heritage system features and mature trees. Next slide, please. On this slide is a rendering of the proposed apartment building superimposed onto the image from the previous slide. As you could see, the mature tree line which surrounds the apartment building is quite high. It's approximately 12 to 18 meters in height. In relation to building height, that's approximately the height of a 5 to 6-story residential building. The 12-story building height will allow residents on floors 6 through 12 to have prestigious views into the Credit Valley, the Lion Head Golf Course, and the city of Brampton skyline. Next slide, please. On this slide is a view from above the mature tree line looking south. Future residents will benefit from the great views from this site. Next slide, please. On this slide is an additional rendering of the proposed apartment building looking at this southerly facade. The design of the apartment block will be further refined through the detailed design stage. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, the first delegation is from Michael Cara. Michael, you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. You can unmute your mic and please proceed.
Good evening. Can you just confirm that you can hear me, please?
We can.
Thank you. So my name is Michael Cara, and I'm legal counsel for the Rotary Club of Brampton Glen Community Center. The Rotary Club is the owner of the lands municipally known as 1857 Queen Street West, which is located immediately northeast of the applicant's site. The Rotary lands are the subject of site-specific applications for an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment, which are generally proceeding in tandem with the applications that are before you today. Now, as mentioned during this evening's presentations, both by Ms. Henderson and by Ms. Bucking, the applicant site is located within the limits of the Credit Valley Tertiary Plan. The Tertiary Plan, which was jointly prepared on behalf of a group of landowners that included the applicant and the Rotary Club, was presented to and endorsed by City Council at its meeting on October 23, 2021. In light of the extensive and collective efforts that were made to develop this comprehensive planning framework, Rotary has an interest in ensuring that these site-specific applications before you today reflect the fundamental principles and structural components that are reflected in the Tertiary Plan. And as set out in the written correspondence that my office filed in advance of this public meeting, this includes the coordination of internal road and laneway networks to facilitate public access, connectivity between adjacent parcels, and in more general terms, the optimization of both land use and infrastructure. As the proponent of a development application on an immediately adjacent site, Rotary also has a direct interest in a number of the preliminary issues that have been raised in City staff's report, including the appropriate buffer to be provided from the natural heritage features, the appropriateness of the proposed density and compatibility with the surrounding land uses, and urban design and site layout matters related to the adjacent properties. At this juncture, Rotary is simply monitoring these applications. However, we would appreciate receiving notice of future meetings and decisions in respect of this matter, at which time we may provide further submissions on the items that are of particular interest to the Rotary Club. Subject to any questions, those are my respectful submissions at this time.
Thank you. Our next delegation is from Anthony Mason. Anthony, you can unmute your mic and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. And there is a presentation which we have on the screen.
Okay. The camera and the sound are working properly?
Yes, they are.
Okay, then I'll begin. This first slide shows the lands that we've just been looking at off Queen Street and to the east of Mississauga Road. So I'll swap to my notes. Huntsville Residents Association has been working with our councillors in the city for the last 20 years to provide input to planning in the west of Brampton. One project over this time has been creating an enclave of executive homes in the west of Brampton as an alternative to South Mississauga and Oakville. This satellite image shows the current position of Mocon Greeneries and is bounded in red. We swap to next slide. In the 1980s, Huntsville Estates was built to the west of this intersection and consists of 34 homes set on nominal 1 acre lots. Next slide, please. These homes range primarily from 3,200 to 5,500 square feet and all have triple garages. Out of these 34 homes, we have 6 family physicians, a vascular surgeon, a dentist, several CEOs, senior executives, and private business owners that bring jobs to Brampton. Next slide, please. To the east of the Mocon lands, we have Lionhead Estates with about 130 executive homes. There are 2 sections to this estate, one accessible from Queen Street and the other from Credit View, divided by the Canef Golf Course. These homes were built in the mid-2000s. Next slide, please. Again, these homes were built with triple garages, superior finishes, and many doctors and CEOs and senior executives have made their home here. Next slide, please. Medallion Homes is immediately to the north on the other side of Queen Street West. They were started building in the 2010s, just north of the Mocon lands. There are 206 executive homes that were built mainly between 4,000 and 5,500 square feet. The next slide shows the subdivision looking north from the Mocon driveway. Next slide, please. You can see the prestige of these homes and the quality of the roadscape. Next slide. This is looking across Mississauga Road to the east. Behind the photographer is Huttonville Estates with 150 to 200 foot wide lots that we had back in the 1980s. By this time, housing density needed to be higher. The Medallion development achieved this by having the houses face onto Mississauga Road but being attached to a finger road, and placing homes on 70-foot wide lots facing Mississauga Road, again having triple garages. Buffering has been used heavily on the east side of Mississauga Road in order that that grows in and protects the development as people drive up and down Mississauga Road. Next slide, please. Here you see a single detached house at the end of Queen Street West at the intersection with Mississauga Road. Next slide. About 8 years ago, this bungalow was extensively renovated and it blends with the homes that we have just looked at, blending old with new. Next slide. When you drive over Mississauga Road from Queen Street, you enter into River Road. It's a cul-de-sac that winds its way down to the Credit River and then back up along the river's top of bank line. These homes were built around 70 years ago as either weekend cottages for the city folk in Toronto to escape from, or small houses on 50-foot wide lots. This map shows two areas ringed in red, two homes at the top of River Road, opposite Queen Street West, and a single home back down by the river near the floodline. Next slide. Looking across Mississauga Road to River Road, you see two of the original homes have been demolished, and two stone-fronted double garage homes have been built. Again, this befits the surrounding developments that we've had and have been gaining up until this point in time. Next slide. This lot looks down by the river, and we now have a futuristic and pleasing bungalow on it. It looks like a trend that people are buying up these homes, demolishing them, and then rebuilding with a more modern and interesting home. Next slide. This slide shows three further developments of executive homes going to the north, where the 4X, immediately above Huttonville Estates, we have two storm water management ponds, and the first row of houses are on 60-foot lots, again because the Huttonville Estates are on typically 150 to 200-foot wide lots. Thereafter, as we go north, it progressively becomes denser. The same is true above the Medallion homes and to a lesser extent on Elba Merkel. Next slide, please. So the goal that started 20 years ago to achieve an enclave of executive homes in Huttonville has been achieved. We've used good planning and we've had good oversight from the council. And now, next slide, we have this wall-to-wall town and condo towns with 9 detached houses on 30-foot lots is the opposite to blending in with the surroundings. A solitary 12-story high-rise also does not fit here. The nearest high-rise beyond this is beyond Four Corners, and that's at least 5 kilometers away, or Steeles and McLaughlin. A high-rise, this belongs north of Mount Pleasant GO Station, not here. So if there was a fire with this 12-story proposed high-rise, look at getting in the big fire trucks with the extending ladders and all the other emergency vehicles. It has to come down a narrow, almost one-way access road. It would be a disaster. Next slide, please. We need consultation with all of these lands, and that means the MOCON, the CESTA, and the Rotary Club. And we need to look at this land package as a whole and then look at how we can blend it in with what exists all around it, to the west, to the north, and to the east. The south is a river and a golf course. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next and last delegation is Maureen Faultley. Maureen, I can't seem to bring you into the meeting, but I'm just going to unmute your mic and you will be able to at least use your audio to address the committee. So Maureen, please proceed to address the committee.
Hi there, my name is Maureen Fodley, and as delegates representing Huttonville residents in Ward 4, we appreciate the opportunity to voice our concerns with regard to the proposed development of 1879 Queen Street West, referred to from here on as MoCon Greenhouses Development Proposal, or MGDP. After reviewing the MGDP as well as the relevant studies related to this proposal, I would like to speak about the concerns we have that present as serious issues. The key issues are as follows: the high density housing and the associated concerns with traffic, parking, accessibility, and safety, with consideration to consistency relating to existing neighborhoods, and also the impact on the environment of water table, adjacent green space, forest, and ravine. My colleague Tony Mason in Ward 6 has already addressed the incompatible land use and zoning to surrounding lands in his discussion. Presently, the proposal from Corsiac Urban Planners shows the lot being developed with 9 single detached homes, 39 townhomes, 17 town condominiums, as well as a 200-unit 12-story apartment building on this 6.91 hectare site with 3.64 hectares of developable area. The total number of units is 265. Our concerns lie in the concentration of dwellings in such a small area and the obvious associated issues, which ultimately will compromise the safety and well-being of the residents living in this development, as well as the neighboring areas. Firstly, the issue of accessibility. The proposal shows only one common shared access point traffic impact study, BA Group, November 25th, 2020. A single access point means that all of the residents will have only one way in and out of this development, causing several problems, including vehicular traffic congestion, as well as the safety issue for emergency and fire vehicles, which Tony mentioned as well. Secondly, the issue of parking within the development. Forecasting the residents' vehicles requiring parking with 65 detached or townhome units with an average of 2 vehicles per unit, equaling 130, as well as the apartment with 200 units, 2 cars per unit, equaling 400, there will definitely be an issue with available parking. The proposed parking shows allotted space for 410 spots, solely available for residents and visitors of the apartment, with no extra area designated for the vehicles of visitors of the houses, which totals 530, and that's a very conservative number. Thirdly, the high density homes on MGDP are not consistent or compatible with the immediate area neighborhoods. Other developments in the area feature detached single-family executive homes, including the neighborhood directly east along Queen Street West, built by Caniff, the Medallion development directly north on Royal West Drive, as well as the 2 homes that were recently built on River Road and Queen Street West. These homes are consistent with the neighborhood aesthetic, with lots of space for existing mature trees and green space. There are several other proposed developments to the adjacent properties of MGDP, all with the high density housing, both the Sested proposal to the west with a total of 59 units and the Larencore and Brandhaven developments to the east, as well as the Rotary Club property with 2 apartment buildings proposed for that site. So these developments will all contribute to a significant increase in traffic and access issues, with potential of an increase of over 2,000 residents on an already overtaxed road system. Currently, Mississauga Road bears a great deal of local residential and commercial traffic in this area, with congestion occurring throughout the work week. As residents of this immediate area, we see times in the day where traffic comes to a complete standstill. There are times when the vehicles are lined up from south of Lionhead Golf to the lights at River Road and Queen Street West. On occasion, my husband has actually sat in this traffic from Lionhead Golf driveway, taking over 10 minutes to reach our home, which is only 4 driveways north of the golf club. So, adding high density housing along Queen Street West will only compromise and complicate an already existing problem. So to summarize, I feel it's important to appreciate that these few points I have mentioned are only a small part of the overall negative impact that MGDP will have on this area. We ask that you consider our concerns moving forward, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, that concludes the delegations. We do have related correspondence 11.8 on today's agenda to be considered with this matter.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification at this time? I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation, that the report titled Information Report Application for an Official Plan Amendment, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, and Proposed Draft Plan Subdivision, Corsiac Urban Planning, Jim and Louisa Mocon, Queen Street West, Ward 4, dated May 13th to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 7th be received, that Development Services be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendation subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the delegations and correspondence be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. No objections, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. Our next item is item 5.6, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, and it's in Ward 3. And I know we have several delegations, and I will hand this over to Kelly Henderson for the staff presentation. Welcome, Kelly, again.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, members of the public. My name is Kelly Henderson, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review this application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Glenn Schnarr and Associates, Inc. on behalf of 2548859 Ontario Limited and 2571340 Ontario Limited. Next slide, please. The subject property is located at 115, 117, 119, 121, and 123 Queen Street West and 2 and 2A Mill Street South. It is located on the south side of Queen Street West and east of Mill Street South within Ward 3. Next slide, please. The applicant has submitted an application to amend the secondary plan and zoning bylaw in order to facilitate the development of an 11-story mixed-use building. This proposal requires both a secondary plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. I will provide additional detail with respect to these documents later in the presentation. Next slide, please. This map is showing the property owners within a 240-meter limit of the proposed development who would have received notice by direct mail with respect to the application. Notice was also provided in the Brampton Guardian newspaper and the City of Brampton website. Next slide, please. The subject properties contain an existing 2-story and 1-story commercial building along Queen, and then along Mill Street are 2 2-story buildings. The property is approximately 0.19 hectares in size and has a frontage of approximately 36 meters along Queen Street and approximately 23 meters along Mill Street. Next slide, please. I will now go into the specifics of the proposal. The applicant is proposing to develop the site for an 11-story mixed-use development with rooftop amenity space. They're proposing 4 ground floor commercial units for a total of 584 square meters. The residential component is 35 one-bedroom units, 42 two-bedroom units, 5 three-bedroom units, and then they're proposing 50 parking spaces with 2 levels of below-grade parking. Next slide, please. This is the proposed building elevation. Next slide, please. Prior to finalizing recommendations to Council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act Provincial Policy Statement, conformity with the Growth Plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, Region of Peel Official Plan, and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide, please. The property is designated as Central Area on Schedule A of the official plan. The Central Area includes the Urban Growth Center and has a strong image and character which functions as the heart of the city and embodies a broad range of high-density uses. An official plan amendment is not required to permit the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated Central Area Mixed Use in the Downtown Brampton Secondary Plan, which permits a wide range of commercial, residential, and institutional uses with a permitted density of 2 floor space index for commercial and 1 for residential uses. Floor space index means the ratio of the floor area to the site area. For example, if your site was 1,000 square meters and your FSI was 3.5, you would be permitted a 3,500 square meter building. The applicant has requested an amendment to the secondary plan to increase the floor space index. An amendment to the secondary plan is also proposed to delete the policies associated with the realignment of Mill Street, as the secondary plan currently identifies a realignment based on the transportation plans at the time the secondary plan was prepared. Next slide, please. As part of the development application process, the applicant is required to complete a tertiary plan in order to demonstrate how their site and adjacent properties may develop comprehensively in the future if they were to be redeveloped. The proposed tertiary plan is bounded by Queen Street West, Mill Street South, Byng Avenue, and Elizabeth Street South. As shown on the screen, 4 buildings are conceptually shown, ranging from 6 to 10 stories along Queen and 4 to 6 stories along Byng. The tertiary plan is still in review, and a virtual public consultation session was held on April 20th to review and discuss the tertiary plan with affected landowners, the applicant, and city staff. This meeting also did include broader area residents as an informal open house for the specific development application being discussed tonight. Further meetings are anticipated in order to finalize the tertiary plan. Next slide, please. The properties are zoned as a mix of commercial uses. A zoning bylaw amendment is required. Next slide, please. The following preliminary issues have been identified to date. The tertiary plan will need to be finalized through consultation with city staff and participating landowners to establish a development pattern for the entirety of the block. The development must also be sensitive to the existing neighborhood context and establish an appropriate transition and physical integration with adjacent properties. Any potential issues that are raised throughout the processing of this application will be addressed through the recommendation report. Next slide, please. This slide shows where staff are in the review of the application. The application was deemed complete at the beginning of April. The application has been circulated to city departments as well as other agencies for technical comments, and the notice of the public meeting was given to property owners in the vicinity of the property as well as published in the paper and on the city's website. We are now at the public meeting stage where committee members and staff are here to listen to any feedback from residents. After tonight's public meeting, staff comments received from city departments, agencies, and members of the public submitted correspondence as well as matters raised at tonight's meeting through the public delegation will be reviewed and evaluated. The proposal will be further assessed against the provincial policy statement, the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan, the Region Appeal Official Plan, the city's official plan, and secondary plan. Once the analysis and evaluation is complete, staff will return to Planning and Development Committee with the recommendation report. The recommendation report will address all matters raised by members of the public, external agencies, and other city departments. Anyone that provided their contact information with respect to the application will be advised when the recommendation report will be considered by the committee. Once a decision is made on the application by City Council, there is an opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal. Next slide, please. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Kelly Henderson, and my contact information is posted on the screen. Also on the screen is the contact information for Vanessa DeVelter, who represents the property owner. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have the applicant? Would they like to delegate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. On behalf of the applicant, Vanessa DeVelter, Glenn Schnarr and Associates is present with a presentation, which we'll bring up momentarily, and that'll be followed by 10 registered delegations. You can proceed, Vanessa.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of committee, and members of the public. My name is Vanessa DeVelter, and I'm a planner with Glenn Schnarr and Associates. We're the planning consultants for the proponent of the subject property located at Queen Street West and Mill Street South. Next slide, please. The area surrounding the subject property is located within the Queen Street corridor, supported by the GO station within 500 meters and several bus routes, including the Zoom lines, which connect to major institutional locations, community amenities, and regional transportation hubs, such as Brampton GO and Mount Pleasant GO station. Next slide, please. Access to the building will be provided for pedestrians off Queen Street West and Mill Street South. Vehicular access and loading, including garbage collection, will be provided via 2 full movement driveways located on Mill Street South. Garbage and loading will be internal to the site to reduce noise disruption. Next slide, please. This is the submitted landscape plan for the proposed development. Landscape treatment is proposed along Queen Street West, as well as an outdoor at-grade courtyard space, completed with seating areas for residents to gather and socialize. Currently, the site plan shows a variety of deciduous trees, shrubs, and perennials, including multi-stem trees around the perimeter of the subject property. Further details regarding the size of trees will be provided at the detailed site design stage. Next slide, please. A 400 square meter communal rooftop terrace is provided accessible on the 7th floor for future residents of the proposed application. The space provides a lounge area with shaded terraces, a barbecue cooking area, planters, and dining table areas with privacy screening to support socialization in small groups. Next slide, please. So the following 2 slides will depict various elevation drawings representing the front facade of the building as well as the west elevation on the next slide. I apologize, it's difficult to see the brick coloring with these elevations at the current scale. However, future slides will illustrate this more effectively. The building steps back from the ground floor and the 7th floor to create additional vertical articulation to reduce the impact of the scale and height of the proposed building. Next slide, please. You'll notice that on the west elevation, that's the access to underground parking, including loading. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the various perspectives of the conceptual rendering of the building. As part of the site design process, a heritage impact study was prepared and submitted, which provided design recommendations to integrate the corner heritage property with the proposed mixed-use building. Architectural detailing through brick cable coursing and banding was recommended to mirror the corner heritage property. Next slide, please. The proposed tertiary plan was presented to residents, as Kelly had mentioned, through an applicant-led tertiary plan open house held virtually on April 20th. The intent of the plan was to demonstrate how our proposed application, outlined in red on your screen, would integrate with the surrounding property. Specific requirements of the tertiary plan include identifying a proposed built form, natural features if relevant, and road networks. At this time, the landowner of the Queen Street Mill Street property remains the only active development application proceeding forward within this block. Therefore, the tertiary plan demonstrates how the entire block may develop as a mixed-use pedestrianized corridor in the future. The proposed open space identifies conceptually how future landowners may coordinate shared open space if development were to advance, as shown on your screen. We anticipate, as future parcels are developed, additional negotiation and revisions may be required to this plan. From the open house, we received feedback from residents and collected meeting minutes. Those minutes have been reviewed and circulated to municipal staff for coordination and shared with residents who were in attendance on April 20th. We've recently received commentary from city staff regarding our formal development application submission, including commentary regarding the tertiary plan. We have every intention, after receiving comments from staff, including comments from this evening, from delegates, as well as comments from April 20th, to review all feedback in a cohesive manner and discuss with our client and consultant team regarding appropriate design revisions. Thank you very much, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And in terms of the 10 registered delegations, the first registered delegation was Chun and Alfred Shin. They have not joined this evening's meeting. So the next delegation is from Jill Campbell. Jill, you have up to 5 minutes. You can unmute your mic to address the committee.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and thanks for listening to our comments. As a 30-plus year resident of the downtown area, I have seen this neighborhood evolve over the years. I'm excited by the city's plans to revitalize the downtown core and look forward to positive changes. However, I believe in its current form, this application does not hit that high bar that council has said they want to see in our historic neighborhood. Next slide, please. Most notably, this application seems to ignore that 40% of its frontage is on Mill Street South. The applicant leans heavily on Queen Street being a transit corridor as justification, which ignores that Mill Street South is critical to this application. Parking, waste, traffic, and service vehicles all enter from Mill Street. Yet there's little evidence that the impact on Mill Street has been considered. Next slide, please. The best example of this is the traffic data that was used in the study that was provided to us by the applicant. This study is almost 10 years old. 2 cars on Mill Street between 7 and 9 a.m. is a real head scratcher. How can any real conclusions be based on this type of outdated data? We did an informal residence study and it indicated hundreds of vehicles in a 2-hour time period, and this was during the recent stay-at-home order. Again, I don't see evidence that the application has seriously considered the impact of this development on the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide, please. I'm also puzzled about the assumptions that have been made about parking, specifically that the development will have little impact on parking on neighborhood streets. The reality is that there is insufficient parking for a development of this size. The applicant asserts that visitors and residents will cross multiple busy streets to access paid parking structures in the downtown area, as opposed to what will really happen, which is accessing free parking on Byng, Mill, and Elizabeth Street South. Again, faulty assumptions and little familiarity of the realities of the neighborhood are at play here, I believe. Next slide. The scale of this proposed development is out of character with the surrounding neighborhood. This is a large 11-story building on a relatively small site, so small that it doesn't meet current zoning setback requirements. It's out of step with what is found on Mill Street. It has large, noisy garage doors opening directly onto the sidewalk. It sits 6 feet, as you saw in the rendering presented a moment ago. It sits 6 feet from a neighboring residence. Mill Street South properties generally feature large trees, well-cared-for gardens, and setbacks that meet zoning requirements. This application does not do any of those things. Next slide, please. The downtown neighborhood is lauded for its beautiful canopy of mature trees. This proposal seeks to remove 19 mature trees, as well as the existing gardens, shrubs, and small trees on the Mill Street properties. The submitted landscaping plan refers to mature shade trees. It is unclear what size or variety is being suggested that will come anywhere near replacing the mature trees that are on the site now. Next slide, please. The heritage aspect gives me great concern. Again, this proposal focuses on one heritage building only, the Ego Hair Salon, and suggests that by having a band of matching brick color and a soldering window design, this basically large, modern building will fit in with the neighborhood. Once again, I feel the wider neighborhood has not been considered and do not believe that the current design fits the aesthetic of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. You may hear from our other residents about this, but we had the opportunity to conduct some peer reviews of the applicant's studies and found some troubling data. I've outlined several examples of this noted on this slide that you can see. My conclusion is that the reports were rushed or were incomplete for some reason. This doesn't bode well for the project if these types of issues are appearing at this very preliminary stage. So in conclusion, I'd like to note that the secondary plan for downtown Brampton, SP7A, states that in the historic downtown area, the goal is to ensure that building height and massing of new development is compatible with adjacent residential areas. I think this application has a long way to go to meet that standard, and I believe committee and council have a real opportunity here to work with the applicant to develop a proposal that reflects that much higher bar. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation is from Stephen and Marlene Cowdrey. Stephen, I'm going to unmute your mic. Unfortunately, I can't seem to bring you into the presentation. You should be able to see your presentation on the screen, and you can just say next slide, and you can address the committee starting now.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. So my name's Stephen Cowdrey, my wife is Marlene Leone. We live at 4 Mill Street South, directly adjacent to this proposed development. As Jill was saying, we are the house that is 6 feet away from a 6-story building, or proposed 6-story building. I want to be clear, we're not against development of the downtown area. We've lived here for close to a decade, and we've seen, especially the properties on Queen Street, go vacant for long periods of time. There needs to be development there. So we are not against development, but we are against this proposal because of the size of it, the proximity, the lack of respect for the neighbors, or the lack of thought for the neighborhood, and it's not compatible with this neighborhood the way it stands right now. Furthermore, before any development of these lands in question is approved, we think due diligence would be to wait until the Queen Street West Corridor study is finished, as well as there's going to be a heritage study for our area, which is not complete yet. So both those studies should be complete before any approval of development in this area should happen. And we're a stable, well-kept neighborhood, and we think we should be protected. Next slide, please. So just to give you a few points, the Queen Street West land use study states that infill buildings must respect adjacent buildings and neighborhoods, and that transitions in scale and landscape buffers are required. So our neighborhood is currently bungalows and 2-story homes, and this development does not fit that requirement in any manner. Also, it suggests that the lands north of Bing, which is the area we're talking about, it suggests that they no longer be designated for high-density mixed-use development, but redesignated for low-density residential use to reflect existing land use. Next slide, please. The Brampton official plan also states that if development was to exceed its well-thought-out, by the way, current limits, that it should be what they call landmark architecture. And I think you'll see in the next couple of slides, or you've already seen, that what they're proposing is in no way landmark architecture. Also, the official plan states that development in older mature neighborhoods, which is where we are talking about, must be compatible with the general size, type, and style of dwelling in the neighborhood, as I believe Jill also said. Next slide, please. And lastly, intensification should be sympathetic to the old town character of the downtown, which I don't think, and I think many of our residents, the residents in the area, do not believe it is sympathetic in any way to the old town character of the downtown. Next slide, please. So here's a rendering that the developers handed out. And you can see my house is right there in the middle with the brown roof, and you can't tell, but it is 6 feet away from my dining room window. And in that 6 feet, they are proposing to put a walkway so that pedestrians can access their gardens area. In no way does this development add to the old town character. It's not sensitively located, and it's not in any way comparable or compatible with its neighbors. Next slide, please. This next slide shows a couple ideas of what Brampton is very clearly asking for in terms of development for this area. Low to medium density residential areas with potential for commercial units on the bottom that have some sort of historic or some sort of character that go along with the community. Next slide, please. But my biggest concern is the proximity to my home, obviously. So our home is quite old and sits on the property line. It's not a heritage home, designated heritage home, but it sits right on the property line. And as I said, they're proposing to build a 6-story building with a terrace on top, 6 feet away from my home. Next slide, please. So this is my home, and that's me in the bottom left-hand corner holding my 5-week-old baby. And I don't know if you can see, but on the ground is a tape measure marking out 6 feet from the property line marker, which is in the grass. So my right shoulder would be right up against the proposed building. And the second picture on the right shows the exact same thing, tape measure on the floor. My right shoulder, 6 feet away from my property line. And just to be clear, the space between my right shoulder and my windows there, my dining room windows and my living room windows, is proposed to be a walkway for strangers or service people. It's not clear yet. But just imagine for a minute you're eating dinner with your family or playing with your kids in your living room, and strangers are walking within inches of your window. Just think about that for a second. How is that sensitive to the neighborhood? How is that good planning? Next slide, please. This next slide shows a to scale cut and paste that I did of, I used the actual developer's technical drawings. And I know it's to scale because I referenced pieces of the building from their reference pictures to my house. So I know it is to scale within a couple inches, of course. And just keep in mind that the space between the building and my home is going to be a walkway for strangers or service people to go by day and night. Next slide, please. And just to give you a better idea of the actual scale of this building, this picture does not even show the entire building, but it shows you how comparable it is to its neighbors, how it completely dwarfs the rest of the neighborhood, and how it doesn't fit in at all. And I don't know if you can notice the brickwork that they put in, probably not, but the brickwork is their historical features that they want to add. Next slide, please. So just to sum up, we are in favor of development, as are most of the community. But we implore you to make sure that it is thoughtful and appropriate for our area. The current proposal does not fit with Brampton's vision for the future. It does not respect its neighbors, its community, or the community aesthetic. And to be frank, it's going to decrease the quality of life for its surrounding neighbors. And lastly, stable neighborhoods should be protected. Why would we compromise one of Brampton's most beautiful neighborhoods, especially before the Queen Street corridor study is finished or the heritage study for this area? It just doesn't make sense. I suggest that we wait until those two studies are finished and then look at this application again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next delegation is from Jonathan Scotland. Jonathan, you can have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. You can unmute your mic.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair, council members, and city staff for the opportunity to speak this evening. Like Jill and Steve and Marlene, I'm concerned about this development and the present design suitability for our neighborhood. My concerns range from basic site plan issues, like apparently faulty fire flow calculations, to the obvious disregard of this building's impact on Mill Street South, including something that is yet to be discussed, the current plan to eject daily at least 4,000 liters of groundwater onto Mill Street sidewalk. There being too many such issues to address in 5 minutes, I will focus this evening on the failure of the developer's traffic study to accurately assess this development's impact on traffic and parking. Because of COVID restrictions, no traffic count was in fact performed. Historical data was used instead. For Mill Street South, this data dates not to 2018 or 2019, but to 2012. Brampton and its downtown traffic patterns have changed dramatically over the past decade, change entirely missing from this traffic study. Lane reconfigurations on Queen Street and Main Street, for example, have pushed considerable traffic into the neighborhood. Historical data does not reflect this, which is why the developer's study determines this condo will have minimal impact on traffic. This conclusion was reached by applying a 1% growth rate to 2012 traffic counts, counts that consisted of 2 vehicles during the morning rush and 12 in the afternoon. A 1% growth rate for these figures amounts to 2.2 and 13.2 vehicles today. But a 2017 traffic study of this area, conducted by Paradigm Transportation Solutions, easily available on the city's website, counted 236 vehicles during the morning rush and 154 in the afternoon. Not 2.2 and 13.2, but 236 and 154. Like the developer's study, Paradigm's now 4-year-old traffic count did not consider lane reconfigurations on Queen or Main because they had not yet happened. But this suggests that traffic on volumes on Mill would be higher still today rather than less. For a sense of just how busy Mill Street can be, I conducted counts, and these are informal, on the 22nd and 24th of April, the latter being a Saturday, something the traffic study doesn't even attempt. 458 vehicles traveled on Mill Street South north of Craig on the 22nd, and nearly 600 did so on the 24th. These counts were conducted during the COVID pandemic, prior to widespread vaccinations in Peel Region, with a stay-at-home order in place. What they and Paradigm study clearly show is that projections of 2.2 and 3.2 vehicles are an inaccurate gauge of this development's impact on traffic in our community. Assessment of the parking situation is equally flawed. The traffic study concluded that 50 parking spots for this condo is deficient, but that this is okay because ample parking is available within 300 meters at locations like the George Street parking lot and Nelson Square garage. Oddly, the study does not consider capacity. Yet, as anyone who lives here knows, not only are these lots not available 24/7, but they are also nearly full. How parking facilities that are at or near capacity can offset a parking space deficiency is beyond me. Also unclear is why these locations are considered close by. Despite the developer's study's claims, none is with 300 meters, a measurement clearly reached as the crow flies. By foot, these locations are at least 350 to 450 meters away. All but one requires waiting for 2 sets of traffic lights and crossing a major regional road to reach the future condo. Plus, all require traveling along Queen Street West, which on the south side is not easy to navigate. Heading towards the proposed condo, the route is uphill, there are lamp posts and garbage bins on the sidewalk, and the paving is uneven, obstructions that get worse in the winter. How this route is accessible for people with strollers, wagons, walkers, or a mobility device is simply not clear. Something that I think a pressing concern, given that this development is being pitched to young families and those wanting to age in place. I have further concerns, but since I'm out of time, I would ask that council members and city staff please consider the document that I submitted to Kelly Henderson as part of our community feedback on this proposed development. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. The next delegation is Veronica Faramond. Veronica, we are going to bring up your presentation, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. Please.
Good evening, everybody. Brampton Committee. In 1873, Brampton was incorporated as a town just at the intersection of Ontario and Queen Streets on a floodplain of the Etobicoke Creek. In 1867, electors chose Brampton as the location of Peel County's government. My name is Veronica Faragman. I live at 10 Byng Avenue. I'm a parent who came to Canada 20 years ago, trying to escape the injustice and inequalities of the third world country. Recently, I moved to this neighborhood to finally achieve my dreams of having a home and settle with my 14-year-old daughter. The proposed 11-story mixed building with 82 residential units and 2 levels of underground parking is within a few steps of the heart of our city, Brampton, the Flower City. Next, please. I need to point out that according to the preliminary drawing prepared by Benciaruti Gagliardi Architect INC, the lowest finished floor elevation of the underground parking that in the meeting of the 20th of April 2021, I personally questioned was not finalized at the time of the geotechnical study. TerraProof INC, it's in its geotechnical investigation by Ali Raheid and Seth Sang, make it clear that the investigation was conducted on September 9th to 11th, 2020. The month of September is one of the driest months of the year. This is a floodplain area and a pathway of water stream that has been causing damage in years before to our properties. Next slide, please. The structure of properties of Bing Avenue have been and continue to be impacted by the existing buildings on Queen Street because of the moist condition of the soil. The geotechnological laboratory test results shows in the mass chart a composition of the soil of 40% sand, borehole 5, sample 10, and 39% of sand on borehole 2, sample 6. These samples are within the proximity of my property, and migration of fine soil could happen. In the past, due to damage, a concrete pool need to be removed from one of my neighbors, and my property shows sinking areas. The concern about foundation, as reported by the geotechnological laboratory test, the results of the underground levels measured in the monitoring indicate that the stratum is under hydrostatic pressure. The TerraProof INC geotechnical study of February 5th, 2021 explained when the excavation for the underground parking structures, especially elevator pits, are conducted, may result in instability of the excavation. Tonight, I'm demanding an assessment and evaluation of our properties, structures prior, during, and after the completion of this project to guarantee the preservation of the site. The basement floor slab procedures describe the use of compacted stone by vibration, noise, where structures of almost 100 years can be damaged. The proximity of the proposed development is threatening not only the structures of our homes, but the well-being of our families and loved ones. Next, please. As the windstorm months of November in Ontario become more and more dangerous, the direction of the wind during this month will impact the proposed building at their south side. The drainage specification do not consider the transitional plane line between buildings. The difference of 8 storage in height between the existing properties or homes and the new development is too big, too cold, too uninteresting. The scale of a building of this magnitude does not suit the heritage character of their neighborhood. In addition, the removal of 19 mature trees is required to accommodate the proposed development. Next, please. Next slide, please. Our backyards have proved during the COVID-19 pandemic to be a secure, healthy, and safe place to our families. Now, with this proposal, we can no longer count on privacy. 54 units with large balconies will overview my backyard, my hot tub, my 14-year-old daughter, as well as my neighbors for 24 hours, 365 days a year. Next, please. The groundwater levels measured in the monitor wheels on September 22nd and October 8, 2020 indicates that the groundwater is expected at the location and subfloor drainage system is recommended. The study described a drainage system under gravity flow or connected to a sump located into the lowest level of the basement. The minimum distance between the building and the subfloor drain recommended by TerraProof INC is 1.5 meters, while the distance shown on the Glenn Schnar and Associates INC blueprint facilitated on March 30, 2021, between the building and the properties is only 1.18 meters or 1.9 meters. The space is not enough to allocate a drain system that in a floodplain terrain is just vital and necessary. And what is more concerning is if our city water waste system is ready to implement the water waste of 82 more families. Next slide, please. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of the human conscience that these last two pictures of the same block in the same city looks so different. Pink Avenue is one of the smallest streets in this neighborhood. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal kindly with another and to preserve and cherish this neighborhood where Brampton once bloomed, the Flower City. Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation is from Emma Jones. Emma, you can unmute your microphone and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you. Just checking, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My name is Emma Jones, and I'm a new resident of Byng Avenue. I guess I'll start by saying that since submitting the petition to the city last Monday, the support account has now almost tripled. 670 Brampton residents have now put their names towards opposing this rezoning application and associated development. While I am the person that authored the petition and speaking here today, I take no credit for its uptake. I promoted very little and simply shared with a few local residents. It spread organically, not because of overt promotion and canvassing, but because of the sheer outrage against this development. You need only read some of the petition comments to understand the depths of anger against this ad hoc tower that has little community benefit or context within the existing neighborhood. Is this the kind of development that we want for mixed heritage neighborhoods going forward? That the heritage properties become swallowed by the overbearing shadow of a concrete tower? That their protected status does the very opposite and allows them to become an architectural deviant, to be bypassed or engulfed in the pursuit of density? If so, then we are setting a very dangerous precedent for the way we move forward in creating a harmonious mixed-use environment. A precedent that runs contrary to a recommendation made by this very planning department in the Queen Street West land use study. There, it was recommended that the lands on the north side of Jesse and Byng no longer be designated for higher density mixed use, but that they be redesignated for low density residential uses to reflect the existing land use. And how about the Brampton 2040 vision, which states that a beautiful heritage community is at the south end of downtown. This will be the area to protect the existing ambience with only modest, delicate infill. Its image serves the entire downtown. 5 minutes is a very short amount of time for me to fully list all of the negative impacts of this proposal and do justice in advocating for every resident that has expressed their opposition against this application. some community members will suffer far more negative impacts than myself. My heart breaks for people like Stephen and Veronica, who you heard from this evening. They will suffer from the loss of privacy in their own backyards, to the blocking of sunshine on the gardens and mature trees they have so lovingly nurtured for decades. Not to mention the devaluing of their homes so that one developer can maximize profit on a postage stamp-sized plot of land. There are more than 670 reasons why everyone here today should be voting against this rezoning. So I will simply implore you to read the petition that can be found at change.org/no-rezoning. Read the supporter comments and note the names of the 670 community members, your own constituents, that have engaged in requesting that the committee deny the application. Thank you for your time this evening.
Excuse me, thank you. Members of the committee, the next delegation is a video delegation, and just bear with me and we will bring it up momentarily.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My comments are concerning the FSI, which is known as the Floor Space Index. It can also be used interchangeably as the Floor Area Ratio, or FAR. So, FSI is the ratio of developed floor area to the total area of raw space on the land where the establishment sits. So you can see in this first diagram, FAR1, or FSI1, would be 1 story covering the whole lot. It can also be 2 stories covering half of the lot, or 4 stories covering a quarter of the lot. In the diagram below, FAR2, or FSI2, could be the equivalent of 2 stories covering the whole lot. And it can go up to 8 stories covering a quarter of the lot. Through research, we have identified that the FSI requested by the developer far exceeds the values outlined by the City of Brampton. The Secondary Plan Area 7, established by the City of Brampton in 2019, notates that on Queen Street West, west of Elizabeth Street, which is where the proposed development sits, it should be a max FSI of 2.0. The developer has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment requesting a maximum floor space index of 5.10. So, looking back at this FAR2 or FSI2 diagram, you can see what something like 8 stories on a quarter of the lot would look like. That's at FSI2. Now envision what FSI of 5.10 would look like in our beautiful heritage residential neighborhood. Currently, Byng Avenue is zoned as residential, and to allow an FSI of 5.1 would be a shame. The proportions of the building are not in keeping with the city plans, nor are they in keeping with the residential surroundings. As a resident of the neighborhood, I implore the city to consider the negative impact a building with FSI of 5.10 will have on the neighborhood, the neighboring residential homes and community. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And members of the committee, that was from Nilakshi Kirila, a registered delegate with her pre-recorded video delegation. The next delegation is from Doug McLeod. Doug, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic and you have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you. My name is Doug McLeod, and along with Peter Diamond, we co-chair the Heritage Board of the City of Brampton. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I won't take much of your time. Our mandate is to advise City Council on the identification, conservation, promotion of resources that are identified as being of cultural heritage value or interest. And these resources include buildings, sites, streetscapes, and districts, cemeteries, cultural landscapes, and any other property, etc., etc. Now, as you will see in Appendix 7, There are 3 listed heritage properties adjacent to the proposed development, and that is 127 Queen, 10 Byng, and 9 Elizabeth Street. And they are considered significant in Brampton's history, either by their unique architecture or their association with persons who have made contributions to the city of Brampton in the past. Although it seems that none of these properties will be affected, we want to let you know that they are on the board's radar should there be any change in plans. Any change in plans that might include demolition of these structures on Byng or Elizabeth or at the corner of Queen and Mill would be a matter of concern to us. And of course, as you know, would have to be referred to our committee. I also want you to note too, and many of the presenters tonight have touched upon this, our mandate goes beyond buildings per se, but also their setting. The streetscapes, as in the example of Churchville, even Main Street South. When the heritage value of a building is considered, we also like to consider the big picture, that its location within the wider surroundings, and that is the street. When I was a kid, the current 117, 119, and 121 Queen Street mini plaza was built. And that little plaza there replaced residential properties. And the building of that particular commercial property in the midst of these fine residential homes, and Queen Street was a residential street at that time, was one of the reasons why I volunteered for the Heritage Board. That development, that little mini plaza there at the time, I thought was totally out of character for that location. And I thought that the streetscape of Queen Street West was compromised. So, as well as the properties that I have mentioned, we are concerned about how this development will fit in this neighborhood in historic downtown Brampton. And I'll just let you know that this item has been brought to our attention and will be discussed at a later meeting of the Heritage Board. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next delegation is from Peter Diamond. Peter, you can unmute your mic to address the committee.
No, along with Reverend McLeod, I'm co-chair of the Heritage Board, and I think Doug said it best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final listed delegation is from Greg and Elaine Bonnell. Greg and Elaine, you are in the session. You can unmute your mic and you can address the committee.
Oh, yeah, thanks for taking our submission. I'll be brief. We back onto the property, and like the people who are living right beside it, Marlene and Steve, are not opposed to something being developed back there. I would actually welcome it, considering it's a vacant home with a derelict and crumbling shed. It's just the size and the scope of the project doesn't seem to fit the neighborhood, and I feel that we might be making, if we put a building of that size and scope into that space, the same mistake that Toronto has been making for 10 years in terms of to try to bring affordability to the market and density, which are both laudable goals. They've been building a lot of condos with micro units. I look at this plan, 43% of those units are one bedrooms, some of them as small as 495 square feet. Doesn't seem to really fit into a community aimed at families and growing families. I mean, it's very attractive, I guess, to a developer or to a speculator or to someone who just wants to invest in it. But in terms of a place that people can grow, it doesn't make a lot of sense. When Steve was showing his presentation, and I guess an example of some kind of homes that he'd like to see in terms of the mixed-use ground floor commercial with townhomes on top, it looked a lot like Mount Pleasant. And to me, Mount Pleasant is sort of something we should be looking at within our own borders in terms of how do we want to develop at least this part of Queen Street and the corridor. It's the same time, I just wanted to bring up the idea of the tertiary plan. That didn't make a lot of sense to me in how it was explained to us. First, it was delivered to us with the drawing of your house basically replaced by a condo, which was a bit alarming. Then it was explained to us that this is simply one vision of what might happen to the neighborhood in the future, but it seems to me there's a disconnect between what is being planned here and not fitting into what is currently here. And I don't know if the longer term thinking is it doesn't matter what is currently here on Bing Street and what is currently on Mill Street, because at some point the tertiary plan might become a reality and they all become condos anyway. So that's another sort of point of concern that I've never had real clarity on in my head in terms of 11-story condo does not fit into the character of what is here now. And is that being considered, or are we simply looking further down the road saying it doesn't matter what is here now because what will be in the future will be 4 buildings that are 11 or 12 stories. So it just feels like we're sort of missing the opportunity to build, I think what Toronto has lamented now, particularly during the pandemic, that they don't have a mixed middle. You have single family detached homes that are too far out of price reach for too many people. And then you have micro condos that are good for a bachelor, but as soon as they partner up with someone or have a child, they can't stay there either. I mean, it seems like a perfect opportunity to take that land, which I'd love to see developed, do something with, at grade commercial, maybe 3 or 4 stories of townhomes above that at a reasonable price point that sort of fulfills the vision of what Brampton is trying to do in terms of density and affordability, but at the same time, not putting something there that seems so out of step and out of character with what is already existing here, unless, like I said, the longer term plan is what we have right here, the home I'm sitting in, simply won't be here for 5 or 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes all the delegations, and there also is correspondence identified as item 11.5 related to this matter on the agenda.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Members of the committee, are there any questions? I see none. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the staff report recommendations and applicant delegation, that the report titled Information Report Application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, Glenshire and Associates, 115, 117, 119, 121, 123, Queen Street West, and 2 and 2A Mill Street South, Ward 3, dated May 13th, 2021, to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of June 7th be received. That the Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning and Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and the staff recommendations subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the delegations and correspondence be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. There are no objections, so the statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. We now go on to item 5.7, application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision, DeBrand Investment Corporation, ConnectCon, Ward 6, and I will hand it over to Jenny Lee, Development Planner for the Planning, Building, Economic Development Department. Go ahead, Jenny. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and my name is Jenny Lee, and I am the planner of the process and review this application to amend the zoning bylaw and facilitate the draft plan of subdivision. I want to note that the committee will not make a decision today. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by ConnectCon Limited on behalf of the DeBrand Investments Corporation. Next slide, please. The subject land is located at 11772 McLaughlin Road North. It is generally rectangle shaped parcel with frontage onto McLaughlin Road and Queen Mary's Drive. The site is currently vacant. Next slide, please. I will describe the area context in this slide. To the north is continuing connecting with the subject property is currently vacant and subdivision and commercial outlaw. An existing residential subdivision consisting of single detached homes to the south. Across McLaughlin Road is the floodplain land and an existing residential community to the east. And an approved subdivision that is being developed consists of single detached dwellings, and the National Heritage Walk is located to the west of the proposed plan. Slide. This is an application for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision. I will describe the details of the application in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. The draft plan of subdivision submitted by the applicant includes residential lots 35, which is 35 single detached dwellings, about 1.17 hectares. Residential reserve blocks, approximately 11 single detached dwellings, approximately 0.18 hectares. A future medium density residential block, which is block 5, with approximately 37 units, about 0.90 hectares. Block 6, which is the proposed drainage channel, 1.28 hectares, and proposed new roads, which are Mary Drive, Tunis Trail, and Woody. As mentioned in the previous slide, what you see on this slide is the concept plan for the future townhouse block, which is block 5. This future medium density townhouse block 5 will be subject to a future site plan application and a draft plan of common element condominium application. The proposal includes 37 townhouse units, 6 conventional townhouse blocks, 7-meter condo road network is proposed with approximately 23 visitor parking spaces. Next slide, please. The subject land is designated residential on Schedule 8 of the city's official plan. This designation permits the proposed residential uses, and amendment to the official plan is not required. Next slide. The Mount Pleasant secondary plan designates the property as low, medium density, and national heritage system area. An amendment to the secondary plan is not required, as the low, medium density, and medium density designations permits single detached and townhouse dwellings. The natural heritage system area designation also allow for the Mount Pleasant Block Plan 1-2 also designates the property as low, medium density, and natural heritage system. The aim of the block plan is to identify principles for architectural and landscape design that a cohesive community identity is established. An amendment to the block plan is not required. Next slide. The subject plan is currently zoned agricultural, which permits agricultural uses, non-agricultural uses, and accessory uses to other permitted purposes. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required to this study. There are a few issues that we noted as part of the preliminary review. Number 1, confirmation is required regarding timing of the channel construction and how it coincide with the proposed development. Number 2, we need to address the issue of access connection to adjacent land to the field. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, Rental Policy Statement, conformity with the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the Regional Appeal Official Plan, and the City of Brampton. The notice application was issued on April 12th. The application was circulated to city departments and commenting agencies on April 13th, 2021, and to the property owners within 240 meters of the subject land on May 7th, 2021, as per Planning Act requirements. A notice of public meeting was also posted in Brampton Garden newspaper. We're now at the public meeting stage, which we will consider all issues and comments from the public. After that, staff will continue to review the application, including comments from the public. Staff will at a later date advance a final recommendation report to council for decision. Issues that have been raised by internal staff, external agencies, and the public will be addressed in the recommendation. All the policies that were mentioned in previous slides will be reviewed and taken into consideration as part of the recommendation. After council make decisions, there will be opportunity to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal site. My contact information is as listed on this slide, as well as the applicant's project planner is also, her contact information is also available for any questions you have. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have the proponent who would like to delegate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Maria Jones from CanDivCon is present to delegate to committee, and followed by Mansoor Amir Sultan, who wishes to delegate after the proponent. So go ahead, Maria.
Hi, I'm just present to address any questions or concerns with regards to this presentation. Jenny did a great job in explaining our proposal and project. Thank you.
Thank you. So now next is Mansoor Amir Sultan. Mansoor, you can unmute your mic to address the committee. Please go ahead, Mansoor. So Mansoor, there is a very bad connection. I don't know on the WebEx, Mr. Chair, if you can hear him. I cannot hear him in the chambers.
No, I can't. So I'm not sure, City Clerk, maybe we can proceed, and in the meantime, if he comes back on, would we have to defer this item to see if he would come back on?
So through you, Mr. Chair, no, we don't have to defer the item. Perhaps what I suggest is we just stand the item down momentarily. We go on to the next item, 5.8, and I'll ask Mansoor if you can exit the meeting and try and rejoin, and we'll try your connection again. But I'll give one last try, Mansoor, if you just want to try one more time, and we'll confirm your audio. So no mistake.
Okay, so we'll go on to item 5.8, and we'll stand this item down. So item 5.8 is an application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw and draft plan subdivision, Mattamy Homes in Ward 6, and I will hand it over to Himanshu Katyal from our Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Welcome, Himanshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of the committee and the public. My name is Himanshu Katyal, and I am the planner assigned to process and review this application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw and for a draft plan of subdivision. Please note that the committee will not make a decision today. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application. Next slide. The subject lands are located at 10675 Mississauga Road, just north of the intersection of Mississauga Road and Sandalwood Parkway. There is currently a recreation building used by the Peel Regional Police Association on the property. Next slide. Surrounding land uses include existing detached and townhouse dwellings to the north, existing stacked townhouse dwellings to the southeast, and a proposed high-rise mixed-use development to the southwest. Mississauga Road to the west, beyond which are agricultural lands, and Veterans Drive to the east, beyond which are proposed townhouse dwellings. Next slide. The application is proposing 55 standard townhouses with a frontage of 6.5 meters and a building height of 3 stories, 49 standard townhouses with a frontage of 7 meters and a building height of 2 stories, 164 back-to-back townhouses with a frontage of 6.5 meters and a building height of 3 stories, 19 rear lane townhouses with a lot frontage of 6 meters and a building height of 3 stories, as well as a 3 meters wide walkway connecting to Kent Road, 2 4.5 meters wide buffer blocks along Mississauga Road, and proposed access points from Veterans Drive and extension of Hoxton Road. Next slide. The subject lands are designated residential in the official plan. The residential designation permits a broad range of residential uses that range from single detached to apartment units. An official plan amendment is required, as outlined in the next slide. Next slide. The Mount Pleasant secondary plan designates the property as low medium and medium density residential, as well as Peel Regional Police Association special policy area. The low medium density residential designation permits single detached, semi-detached, and townhouse uses with a maximum density of 36 units per net residential hectare. In addition to the uses permitted in the low medium density residential, the medium density residential designation permits apartments, duplexes, triplexes, and retail and commercial uses with a height of 2 to 6 stories and a density of 60 units per net hectare. Lastly, the Peel Regional Police Association Special Policy Area contemplates that these lands will be redeveloped for low, medium, and medium density residential designation, and the redevelopment shall be subject to appropriate Planning Act applications. As such, an amendment to the secondary plan is required to permit this development. Next slide. Similar to the secondary plan, the Mount Pleasant block plan designates the property as low, medium, and medium density residential. The aim of the block plan is to identify principles for architectural and landscape design so that a cohesive community identity can be established. An amendment to the block plan is required to permit this development. Next slide. The subject lands are currently zoned a site-specific agricultural zone, which permits agricultural uses, a sawmill, and a community club. An amendment to the zoning bylaw will be required to permit the residential uses proposed on the site. Next slide. The official plan amendment submitted with the application proposes to redesignate the existing designations that we reviewed previously to a site-specific medium density residential designation in order to permit the proposed residential uses. And those amendments would be to the secondary plan and the block plan. Next slide. The zoning bylaw amendment submitted with the application proposes to rezone the property to a residential townhouse zone with site-specific provisions with respect to setbacks, height, and lot coverage. Next slide. At this time, staff has noted these issues that will need to be addressed. Confirmation that the proposed development provides an appropriate transition between the existing residential uses to the north as well as the existing and proposed land uses to the south. Whether the proposed development demonstrates that it meets the criteria outlined in the official plan to exceed the maximum density limits. And lastly, confirmation is required that the traffic generated by this development can be adequately accommodated by the road network connecting to the subject lands. Next slide. Prior to finalizing recommendations to council, this application will be further evaluated for consistency with the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, conformity with the growth plan, the Region of Peel official plan, as well as the City of Brampton official plan and design guidelines. Next slide. Staff will continue to review this application, including reviewing comments from the public. Staff will at a later date advance a final recommendation report to council for a decision. Issues that have been raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have provided comments through all channels. Next slide. The report and the submitted materials associated with this application are available online. The presentation will be available online shortly. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself, my manager, or the applicant whose information is displayed on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a listed delegation from Amit Tawakli, but Amit has not joined the session. We also have the Taranjeet Graywal from Glenschnar and Associates on behalf of the applicant present in case there are any questions.
Okay, so I think we'll move on then to any questions, clarification by committee. Are there any questions by members of committee? Okay, I see none. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Palashi that the report information report application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw and for a draft plan and subdivision Glenshire and Associates, Peel Region Police Association, Mattamy Homes, to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of June 7th be received, that Planning and Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning and Development Committee within the results of the public meeting and a staff recommendation subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application, a comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and that the delegations and correspondence be received. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? No, so the motion carries. Statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. So we will now go back, members of committee, to our previous item, item 5.7. City Clerk, have we managed to bring deal with the technical issues from the delegate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, hopefully we are. Mansour, I believe, has resolved his audio issues. Mansour, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. So Mansour, we're still not hearing you at this moment. So what I'd suggest, Mr. Chair, is Mansour, if you want to put your ideas and comments with respect to this application in writing, send it to the City Clerk's office at brampton.ca. That communication can then be presented to City Council next week when they consider the minutes from this meeting, and then your comments will be on the meeting record. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you. I guess we should just deal with this item, which is 5.7, and then we can go on to 5.9.
Yeah, thank you very much, City Clerk. And members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification regarding this item? I see none. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the staff report recommendations and application delegation. Application to amend the zoning bylaw and proposed draft plan of subdivision D Brand Investments Corporation to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 7, 2021 be received, that the Planning Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of the public meeting and staff recommendations subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application comprehensive evaluation proposal, that the delegations be received, or the proposed delegation. Is there anyone opposed? Nope, this public meeting is now adjourned, and we go now to item 5.9, and this is regarding application to amend the official plan zoning bylaw to permit a phased residential mixed-use development with 5 residential buildings and southwest of King's Cross Road in Kensington Market. And I will hand this over to Stephen Dykstra from our planner from the Planning, Building, and Economic Development Department. Thank you, Stephen, once again.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Chair, members and committee members and the public. My name is Stephen Dykstra, and I'm the development planner who's been assigned to this application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. The purpose of this public meeting, again, is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on this application. Again, no decisions will be made at this meeting, and it's for information purposes. This is for Brampton file C04E05032. It's in Ward 7. And let's go to the location. It is on the south side of Kensington Road, and it is west of King's Cross Road. Zooming out a little bit further, this parcel is located south of Queen Street East, and it's west of the Bramley City Centre. Next slide, please. Here we have an aerial of it. It shows where the subject lands are, King's Cross Road, and it also shows the location of Bramley City Centre, Chinguacousy Park, and some commercial buildings around it and some apartment buildings. If we go to the next slide, here we have a different aerial view, which shows Knightsbridge Park, and it shows the subject lands. And here it shows a little bit better the scale of the apartment buildings that are around in the area. And also, too, you can see the commercial buildings to the south of it. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing this application through a phased development. Phase 1 is on the north side, and Phase 2 is on the south side. Next slide, please. Here's some of the development highlights. The Phase 1 includes Building A, which is a 17-story building. Retail use is on the first floor, 199 parking spaces, which are mostly underground. It has some interior and exterior amenity areas. And it has a proposed floor space index of 3.34. If we go on to the next phase, we have additional buildings, buildings B, C, D, and E, which include approximately 312 parking spaces. And again, there's interior and exterior amenity areas. Building B is proposed to be 22 stories with retail on the first floor. Building C, 6 stories. Buildings D and E are both 4-story buildings. Next page, next slide, I should say. Here we have, again, the rendering of what phase 1 and then phase 2 would be including. Next slide, please. This slide shows that the plans, or that the notice was sent to an area of 240 meters radius. It was also provided in the Brampton Guardian and on the Brampton website. Next slide. This application is going to be evaluated against the Planning Act, the PBS, the Growth Plan and Greater Golden Horseshoe Region of Peel Official Plan and the City of Brampton Official Plan. Next slide. The following slides will provide some planning policies related to this application. First, we start with the official plan. The property is designated central area in the official plan and does not require an amendment to the official plan designation. Next slide. Now we get to the secondary plan. The lands are designated service commercial, and this does require an amendment to allow for the high density residential and for a wider range of commercial and retail uses. Next slide, please. The lands are currently zoned retail commercial, which permits a range of retail and commercial uses. Obviously, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is going to be required, which will allow for the retail commercial uses as well as the residential uses. Next slide, please. Some items that are under review. A consent or severance application may be submitted, and this might be to facilitate the development in 2 different phases. The recently approved parking bylaw will apply to these lands, which generally states that there's not a minimum parking requirement. So we'll see how that impacts this development. And lastly, the subject lands are in proximity to existing park and surrounding land uses, and obviously that will be taken into account for the design of the site. Next slide. So the steps is actually broken into 2 slides, this step and the next step, and this slide and the next slide. And the reason for that is there was a public meeting that was already held in on December 2nd, 2019. There were the item was reviewed, and as the last box says, the applicant made some significant changes and it was required to complete another public meeting. So let's go to the next slide. So another application was submitted, it was circulated, and today we're at the second public meeting, which will require then further review of all the technical comments. And once those have been reviewed, in addition to all of the comments from the public, a recommendation report or a final report will be prepared, and then City Council will make their decision based off of that. And there would be an appeal period after that, which the item could be taken to an LPAT if required. Last slide. The report associated with tonight's meeting is available online, and the presentation will be available online shortly. Again, my name is Stephen Dykstra. I'm the city planner assigned to this, and the contact information for the for the consultant is also available there. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do. We have Michael Gagnon as a registered delegation, and also present is Sarah Clark and Colin Chung from Glenn Schnarr and Associates, in case there are any questions of committee of the applicant. So Michael, you can proceed with your delegation. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to thank Stephen for a good presentation. He's actually covered a few things I want to cover this evening. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here this evening representing King's Cross Plaza Partnership. This is a company that owns the plaza that's located at 17 King's Cross Road. And there is a Rabba Fine Foods in that development. And Jack Rabba is the owner of Rabba Fine Foods, and he is the owner of that plaza as well. That plaza is located just to the south of an existing daycare, which is located, and thank you, Stephen, for putting this up. The plaza is located just to the south of that small red roof building you see there beside Phase 2. Earlier today, the clerk's department confirmed that a written submission that we had prepared was received. And I'm not going to go through all of that submission. I think that Stephen did a good job of referencing the previous application. Suffice to say, we were surprised, Jack and I were surprised when we saw the extent of this revised proposal, but we do applaud the planning department and the applicant for bringing it forward again to a public meeting. I think that's the appropriate thing to do. The development is significantly larger than was originally proposed, going from one building and 144 units and about 19,000 square feet of commercial to over 425 units, 5 buildings, and over 40,000 square feet. And just to be clear, Jack Rabba does not have an issue with the residential that's proposed on the site. When you have a chance to go through our submission, you'll see that his concern is the significant departure from the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw as it relates to King's Cross Road. So the subject site, the one with the 5 buildings, had a commercial designation and a limited number of uses historically. Then you had the daycare site to the south, which you can see in this image, and it had a certain number of uses permitted. And then you have 17 King's Cross Road. Clearly the intent, and it had a limited number of uses, clearly the intent when this was developed and the zoning was put in place some 25 years ago, I remember when that application went through on the Jack Rabba site, the idea was to have each of these 3 sites kind of playing a role and function in terms of providing commercial uses and other services for the community. And as you'll see in our submission, Jack Rabba and the tenants that are in his project, by and large, don't oppose the progress that's happening in this area of town. But what the concern is because of the departure, and Stephen, thank you for hitting on this, there's an expanded list of uses permitted, or being sought, pardon me, is a better way to put it. And that expanded list of uses is where the concern lies. So what we're suggesting, and we'd like a chance to speak with planning after today, and hopefully with the councilors and with Colin, we know Colin well, we'd like to see if a bylaw goes ahead, if you're inclined to support this project with all the square footage of commercial, what we'd like to see is a limitation on certain of the uses. So there's a prohibition. And the prohibition would be against a grocery store and a supermarket, a medical office, a sports and back clinic, and a pharmacy and a drug dispensary. And the reason we would like to see that built into any approval, and you can have all the other commercial uses you want, you can have all the residential you want, but the idea, pardon me, is to maintain some semblance of control and distribution of uses between these sites so that their intended role and function isn't upended through this application. So in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, that's the ask tonight. I imagine Colin's happy to hear somebody saying, go ahead and build some housing. Some of the other applications tonight, we can see people aren't too thrilled about all the high-rise. We haven't got a problem with that here. We would just like some restraint and control as it relates to how you go about implementing the commercial and the transformation of this site. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you on behalf of Jack Rabba and the people that are renting from him. Hopefully, we can allow this progressive project to happen, but not at the expense of the role and function that is in your zoning bylaw currently and your official plan. So I can answer any questions you might have, but otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, are there any questions of clarification? Okay, I see none, so I do have a motion moved by Councilor Fortini regarding this item. Sorry, City Clerk, just to confirm, are there any other delegations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are not, just correspondence, which is identified as item 11.1.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a motion to move. Yes.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question of the delegation?
Yeah, please go ahead, Councilor Bowman. Councilor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gagnon, for your delegation. Mr. Gagnon, I'm not sure if you recall, but I recall when you have plazas, like I assume Mr. Rabba's, he already has kind of like a non-compete clause within his plaza. If somebody has a grocery store, this being him, nowhere else in this plaza would be allowed to have a grocery store. Is that common amongst just the single plaza currently?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the councillor is correct. It is quite often the case in commercial leases within a development, you'll have non-competition clauses. You can also even have lists of exclusions as well, and then other regulations. And I guess by extension, the idea here along King's Cross would be our position is that the city had a similar sort of approach to the zoning to try and make sure that along this corridor there was a broad range of uses provided on various properties. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So I do have a motion moved by Councilor Fortini that the report titled Information Report Application to amend the official zoning bylaw to the Planning Development Services Committee meeting of June 7, 2021 be received, that the Planning Development Services staff be directed to report back to the Planning Development Committee with the results of a public meeting and a staff recommendation subsequent to the completion of the circulation of the application and a comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, that the delegations and correspondence be received. Are there any is there anyone opposed to this motion? I see there are no objections, so statutory public meeting for this item is now adjourned. So members of the committee, as we are at 10:17, I would request that we do take a small break, allow staff to have a quick break, and we will reconvene. It's 10:17. I say we reconvene at 10:30 on the dot. So see everybody in
You do have a quorum present. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. Welcome to the city clerk. Item 6, we're on public delegations. Item 6.7, and I believe we do have a delegation regarding Brampton Heritage Board.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. We do have a delegation from Hannah Bamanpour. And Hannah, you can go ahead and address the committee. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Hannah Bamanpour, and I am a lawyer at Davis Webb, and appear on behalf of Mrs. Kathy Guinness, the owner of 11722 Mississauga Road, located south of Mayfield and west of Mississauga Road. Our heritage consultant, Marcus Letourneau, spoke before the Heritage Board on May 18th with respect to this matter, and tonight I would ask for your indulgence to speak to the recommendation put forward by staff. We filed a demolition permit application to demolish all of the buildings situated on the property except for the Dolton farmhouse, which I will be referring to as the house throughout my submissions. The buildings on this property, other than the house, have been found to be structurally unsound and in fact are already half down and dilapidated, which is of concern and raises a serious health and safety issue. The demolition permit to take down the buildings would allow us to clean up the site. And while staff has said in their report that we can demolish those buildings, as you will note in item 3 of the minutes of the Heritage Board meeting, they go on further in their report to say we can demolish subject to certain conditions, which other than one condition, all refer specifically to the house, which is not part of the demolition application that we have filed. We've not put in any application to do anything with the house at this time. Staff in their recommendation have asked as a precondition to demolishing the buildings that we enter into a conservation easement agreement and to also provide securities prior to having an assessment done of the house, which respectfully is backwards in the order of which in our opinion, things should be done. The structural condition assessment and the heritage building protection plan referred to in staff's recommendation should be done first to conclude whether the house needs to come down. And if so, all the conditions related to the house, such as, the securities and conservation easement would not be needed in that case. If in fact it's found that the house can be preserved, we would then discuss with staff as to what would be the appropriate next steps in conserving the house. Without any assessment done, these conditions are premature in our opinion and in requiring us to do certain things that may not be needed depending on what the assessment finds. I would also add that the use of a conservation easement respectfully is inappropriate in this case given that the house is already designated, and therefore you would not require a conservation easement to prevent an owner from doing certain things because you would not be able to in any event given that's designated as mentioned. Excuse me. With respect to the silo, I would like to comment on the fact that the silo is not particularly a unique example of heritage silos, and it sits unrelated to anything once all the other buildings essentially come down. So we see these types of concrete silos all over, and what would really be the purpose served here in retaining it when it's not in relation to a farm complex. And in fact, it will confine future development, which is what is planned for this area. And what do you do, for example, with a silo in the middle of a subdivision, for example? Would a park be planned around it, or would you be trying to figure out roads and so on for the development of these lands? And so it just doesn't seem to add value by itself in the middle of essentially nowhere, as it would lose that rural landscape and will deteriorate over time, especially since it can't be moved. So we would submit that the silo be permitted to be demolished together with the other buildings, which in fact is what staff recommended in item number 3 of the minutes. However, I'd like to point out that Later in their recommendation, item number 3C of the minutes then says the silo needs to be retained and maintained. So this seems to be inconsistent with what staff said earlier. Finally, I'd just like to add that our client is an 84-year-old woman who did what she was asked to in preserving and protecting the house by boarding it up and adding a fence. And what we would be requesting is that the other buildings all be permitted to come down other than the house to ensure that no further harm is done to the property, as it presents a dangerous situation with the way the property is left at this time. And we've been at this for approximately 2 years now, notwithstanding the steps our client has taken to prevent trespassing, but unfortunately that still seems to occur and poses a danger and is a liability, frankly. So we would agree separately to complete a structural condition assessment of the house in conjunction with the Heritage Building Protection Plan, even though an application to demolish the house is not before you this evening. And depending on what is concluded as a result of those two reports, we can then determine what appropriate next steps should be taken with respect to the house. We believe that is the appropriate order in which this matter should be dealt with. And this would at least allow us to get rid of the dilapidated structures currently on the property, which everyone seems to be in agreement should come down. So in closing, we would request that the recommendation as provided in the minutes of the Heritage Board be amended to the following. One, to permit the removal of the buildings, which include the barn, silo, one-story bungalow, farm accessory building, garage, drive shed, and storage shed. And this is item number 3 of the minutes. 2, the owner will agree to provide a structural condition assessment of the house. And this in the minutes reads as item number 2A, Roman numeral 2, but I believe it's a typo and should be item number 3A, Roman numeral 2. 3, the owner will agree to provide a heritage building protection plan for the house, which is also noted in the minutes. And finally, the owner will agree to provide a salvage plan for the heavy timber frames and exterior wood cladding of the barn. So subject to any questions or comments, those are my submissions tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I do have 2 speakers. So Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Hannah, for delegating. Hannah, I guess I'll start by saying, look, it does look a little bit backwards here with without requesting the demolition of the main house. So I apologize for that. Hannah, I've been out to the property and I've seen all the properties and all the structures. And the fact that the majority of them are just falling over now, and I know how hard it is. I've spoken to many residents that keep houses on their property, and they continue to keep them boarded up and fenced off. Yet, unfortunately, we get kids that either cut the fence or pull the boards off, and they go in, and it's a huge safety risk. Do you know how many times the house has been broken into and you've had to, somebody's had to go up and reboard it up?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Palashi, I don't exactly know how many times, but I do know it's happened quite a number of times. And there was also a fire at some point, and as mentioned, our clients tried to do as much as you can to try to prevent trespass. And again, as mentioned earlier, and as you mentioned, this is also safety concern, especially the barn that is essentially coming down. No, I don't know exactly how many times it's been broken into, but I do know our client, is trying to keep it as safe as possible. But as it stands,
For
some
sure.
of the buildings are not in good condition. Yes.
And you're right. That's really hard to do, and I've seen it before where kids break into the houses and they light little fires in whatever, they rip apart the walls, they do all kinds of stuff. So it becomes a safety issue right away. I've seen the house. It looks like every other farmhouse that we protect here in the city of Brampton. It's no different, other than I think it's a little bit more dilapidated than some of the other ones that I've seen. So it's too bad as one of the area councilors. I'd rather see you requesting the demolition permit of the main house. I know that there really isn't a significant heritage component of the house. It's more along the lines of the Dolson family and the the work that they've put into to Brampton and to this area, the farming community that goes back some generations. What I'd like to see in the future is something that's put on this property, designated to the Dolson farm, some information items that maybe with some pieces of the lumber. That's what I see for future areas like this that have these old farmhouses that we already have so many that are listed. I'm curious, and I don't fully understand why, if the house is listed now, then why are we asking for an easement agreement on the house? That's kind of what I don't really understand that. Also, the silo. Hannah, do you know, is the silo of any historical value whatsoever?
So as through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Pelletier, as mentioned earlier, are in consultation with our heritage, consultant. Through their report and review and in discussion with them, the silo, as mentioned, are silos that we see throughout the city. They're not. It's a concrete silo, and especially with the barn and the condition the barn's in, and staff's recommendation, the barn can come down. The silo just adds no value, in our opinion, and from the professional consultation work we've got through our heritage consultants. And again, where it's situated, it just seems a bit at odds as to having an independent silo without the farm complex, especially if it had heritage value. In our opinion, it doesn't. And again, unfortunately, can't be moved. And so that's part of the reason why we're requesting that the silo also be removed as part of all the other buildings that we're requesting come down.
Right, and I recall I've seen the silo. It doesn't look like it's in bad shape, but we have silos in the city of Brampton. Currently, we have two, not too far of a stone's throw from this location, that are extremely old, also in good condition. And at one time, they used to be silos that were located on Pearson International Airport. So those to me would be silos that you would want to maybe potentially look at and preserve and incorporate into any future planning. So I'd love to pull the heritage minutes, bring them forward, but Mr. Chair, do we have more public delegations? Oh, your mic's not.
My apologies. It's not my understanding there are any more. City Clerk, can you confirm?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not on this item, but we do have a delegation 6.8 on report 7.6 after this item.
Okay. I see Councillor Willens on. I'll wait to hear him, what he'd like to do, and if we could maybe pull the minutes really quickly and just amend the minutes a little bit. I think that would be the fastest way to get through this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, just briefly, I'll keep it very brief because Councillor Pelletier said pretty much what I was going to say. I think these are reasonable requests that Hannah has come forward with in respect to his client. We've had many calls of that area over the last 2 or 3 years about people getting into those areas, and heritage is important, but I don't know why you would have a standalone silo and then stop anything else from being torn down there to make the site safe, because it is unsightly, and they're just trying to do their best. Poor Mrs. Guinness is just trying to do her best to satisfy our bylaw folks and our property standards. So I think, yeah, it's best that we'll just quickly pull them and revise them and see what we can do to help them out here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd love to bring those minutes forward and just based off of the request, if there was a demolition permit for the house in today's minutes, I'd be supporting that, but it's not before us. I want the silo down. There's no reason for us to go back and have the applicant come back with a demolition permit for the silo. We all know that once you're in there demoing everything, you might as well do it all at once. So let's do the demolition of the by way of the applicant in number 3, and then I don't want. I don't think there's a need for the easement as the house is already designated, and the house will remain. And then we go ahead with the heritage professionals and to provide the set as built to measure drawings and elevations and whatnot. But I'd really like staff to consider that we when we're looking at this property, I'm sure the Guinnesses would like to develop this property one day, but I would really like to look at it in something, a little bit different. When we're talking about the Dolson family, maybe there's something that we can have like a plaque and some of the wood incorporated into some kind of artistic flair that is located somewhere on this property. That's what I would like to see. I think that's what needs to be done. This isn't like any of the other heritage houses that we've come into contact with developments where they've incorporated the building with the development. It's just not like that. So I think if I could move that, and I see Councillor Willens back on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, I think Hannah reported on that they spoke briefly on the salvage plan. We've done it in the East End. I think it was 9 and 10. I can't remember, but I believe KLM were planners with the planners on that site. We incorporated some of the structure, the wood structure, into the actual park furniture and the playground. So I think we can do the same thing on the lines of what Councillor Pelletier is talking about in recognition of the Dolson family.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe City Clerk, if you can just, because I do know the delegation, they did have some proposed motions, but I think what Councillor Pelletier put on the table, so if you can just maybe summarize for all members of the committee so we know exactly what we're approving or not approving.
So, Mr. Chair, it's late. I'm not quite sure what motion's being moved at this point. Recommendation 3 in the Brampton Heritage Board minutes speaks to approving a demolition subject to certain conditions, which are set out in A, B, and C, and D. It is clear that Councillor Pelletier is moving the striking out of recommendation 4 in the Brampton Heritage Board minutes, but I require some clarity on exactly what is being proposed for recommendation 3. It's not clear to me.
Sure. So recommendation 3 was to provide a complete setup as built, measured drawings, elevations. Is that the one we're looking at? I don't think I asked to strike that out. What I am striking out is the contingency 30% letter of credit, the final itemized list of costs for good repair, which will be captured when the applicant comes forward with the demolition of the main house. Anything with respect to the main house.
Through you.
Phoenix, do you help out here?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, just for clarification, please, yeah.
Yeah, I am. If I could just confirm, the items that we would like, I guess, amended would be, as Councillor Pelletier noted, so to permit all the buildings other than the house to come down, which is listed in item number 3 of the minutes. and that includes the silo in there. 3A would be struck out because that, or rather, I apologize, 3A Roman numeral 1, because that speaks to the easement agreement. We're agreeable to keep A2 because that's the structural condition assessment we're willing to do. With respect to A3, that's the complete as-built drawings and so on. Our submission would be to strike that, but of course I'm in your hands as that relates to the house. And if the house is determined to come down ultimately, would we be required to then submit, drawings, elevations, floor plans, all that sort of stuff? So that was another item that we believe it is premature at this time to have as a condition, but again, subject to your thoughts and comments. So that item, we would be requesting that it also be removed. But if I just made, for clarity, just continue quickly as to what our request is. The next item, with respect to the Heritage Building Protection Plan, that we would be fine with it staying. The next one, Roman numeral 5, would be struck out. Roman numeral 6 after that, letter of credit would be struck out.
And really, Mr. Chair, we're only striking these out because they're going to be captured within the demolition permit application.
Okay, so now just to clarify then, these are proposed by the delegation, and Councillor Palashi, you would essentially move what is being suggested, just so that...
Well, I think I made the suggestions, and then Hannah is trying to clarify for the clerk, because it is late, what she was saying and what Councillor Willens and I were saying. So with respect to anything with respect to the actual house that will be captured in the demolition permit to be struck out from this.
And I think one more item, sorry, through you, Chair, that may have been missed just for the clerk's purpose. Sorry, I'm trying to read. If you could scroll up, and I have it on this other screen of mine. Right there, sorry. Roman numeral 7, I believe. Yes, because that may be done in the future with respect to an application made for the house. And number 4, if you scroll down, that speaks to the easement agreement, and I think that captures it all. No, I'm sorry, I'm confusing you. Not Roman numeral 4. You can keep that one. I apologize. Number
4.
Yes, if you scroll down.
The very end, where the Commissioner of Planning, Building, and Economic Development would be authorized into the Heritage Agreement.
Oh, it's already struck out.
And then, so C is just above that is out. The peer review would come back.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Charlotte, can you scroll down to 3C? Councillor Pleshy, can you clarify? Do you wish?
Yeah, so 3C we already captured. You might as well it's struck out. And then 3D, that any documentation information requires for the subject to A2 to A3 above be prepared qualified professionals subject to peer review and discretion on the Commissioner of Planning. And that really has to do with the farmhouse as well.
Mm-hmm.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Pleshy, are you moving that Part D be retained as only as it's so far as it relates to the farmhouse, or are you suggesting it be struck out?
No, it can be retained as far as all of the other permitted demolition buildings, but really it has to do, really it will be captured when the applicant comes forward with a demolition permit or whatever for the farmhouse. So I think that's what staff would really want to see once the farmhouse is, and once we're dealing with the farmhouse, insofar as applies to the farmhouse. Yep, perfect.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Pelletier, are there any more amendments to this?
I don't believe so. I think that the timber frames and the stair, Councillor Willens, did you want to add in there for the park benches, the opportunity? Nope, sorry, Charlie, can you go back down? No, up. That one, the provide a final salvage plan for the heavy timber and frames. Councillor Willens, did you want to add that they be added? Sorry,
I think that's captured when it said just carefully dismantle and offer the cities at no cost to the municipality. I think we can capture that later. I don't think we have to convolute it anymore. I think that'll be captured in that statement right there where it's there. So I'm good with that.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we do have a list of amendments moved by Councillor Pelletier, and I will, if members of the committee can take it as read, and I'll give you just a little bit. If we can start from the beginning and just scroll down, give some members of the committee just some time to understand what is being proposed. Okay, so we do have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier with the following amendments or strikeouts. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, so a motion also to receive the delegation, again moved by Councillor Pelletier and carried. Thank you. And we will now move on to our next item, which is our next item is delegation application to amend the zoning bylaw, First Avenue Development Group Incorporated. And I'll hand it over to you, City Clerk.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a delegation from Dan Krasinski in regards to item 7.6. Dan, you are in the session. You have up to 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Planning Committee. It's great to be here tonight. Thank you also to staff who are there watching. Really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Dan Krasinski and I represent Fifth Avenue Group, who are the proponents for a 9-story, 82-unit building at the corner, southeast corner of Center Street and Wilson Avenue. I just wanted to quickly speak tonight. I won't take much of your time. We have read the report and we're very happy with the recommendations. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of the staff who were involved in this project, and particularly Carmen Caruso, the planner, for his very professional approach to the application. We are very happy with the recommendations and look forward to your support tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, I see none. I do have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente, and as it's a lengthy one, I will allow taken as read. Okay, does anyone oppose this motion? I see there are no objections, so the motion carries. Thank you. Our next item is staff presentation, Brampton Plan Attainable and Supportive Housing, Arts and Cultural Heritage. I will now hand it over to Andrew McNeil, our Manager of Official Plan and Growth Management. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair, and members of Planning and Development Committee. Given the late hour, I'm wondering if the Chair would prefer, instead of me walking through the presentation, if I just simply gave you a very quick 2 to 3 minute overview. Would that be preferred?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, and unless members of the committee, they may have questions after, but I would prefer that. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay. And what I can mention to any members of the public who have tuned in and who are interested in learning a bit more about this, staff and our consultant team actually presented this at a public open house earlier this evening. So the full presentation was actually recorded. It will be on our project website, brampton.ca/Brampton Plan. So if you're interested in going through slide by slide and understanding the contents of it all, it will be uploaded and available to the public on our website. So very quickly, the purpose of coming forward tonight, we are in the process of preparing discussion papers around 7 theme areas for Brampton Plan. These are papers that are designed to set the stage for subsequent policy direction. On the agenda tonight are 2 papers, one on arts and cultural heritage and the second on attainable and supportive housing. Really the objective of coming forward tonight is to getting these on the public record so that any member of the public can read these in detail. They are fairly lengthy. There's a fair amount of detail in them. And we look forward to any comments or questions that the public may have about the contents of these papers, and look forward to engaging with the public on them. Just very quickly, on arts and culture, some of the key things we are looking at are emphasizing cultural facilities, building upon festivals that may exist already, really working to promote public art and potentially establish a public art program in Brampton, providing opportunities to facilitate local awareness and grow partnerships, particularly with youth artists. On the cultural heritage side, looking at really clarifying language definitions, identifying resources that are important, demolition, which was just talked a fair bit about earlier on the agenda, areas where demolition control and sensitive areas needs to be enhanced, and really looking at strong heritage conservation objectives. And then finally on the housing front, really looking at a broad spectrum of housing typologies that are needed for people to access appropriate housing throughout their lifetime within the city of Brampton. All of the elements of the housing discussion paper align quite well with the Brampton Housing Brampton Plan that the council recently endorsed, as well as the housing studies and reviews that have been undertaken by the city of Brampton recently. So I think we can leave it at that as a quick overview. I would encourage the public to take a look at the 7 discussion papers. We will be back on June 21st with the next round of discussion papers. And then the final 3 will come on July 26th. Again, we need to get these all on public record. And hopefully we can get a little bit earlier in the agenda so then we can go through these in a bit more detail in the future. But I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yeah, and members of the committee, are there any questions or comments? Okay, I know a lot of work was put into this, so thank you, Andrew, and all the staff involved. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the presentation and approve the staff recommendations, that the presentation by Andrew McNeil, Manager of Official Planning Growth Committee, regarding the Brampton Plan presentation be received, that the report titled Information Report Brampton Plan Review Discussion Papers, Attainable Supportive Housing, Arts and Cultural Heritage Citywide to the Planning Development Committee meeting of June 7th be received. Is there anyone opposed? So the motion carries. And I believe, City Clerk, all the rest of the reports have been in consent.
That's
and
correct.
We just now go to our new business item, which is over to Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I added this discussion for our limited height is, the way the construction cost has been going and finding that developers are very hard on the land cost to develop. They want to really come to Brampton, but it doesn't cover the cost, especially when they have their monthly end paying all the trades, the interest, the property, lumber. So a lot of the municipalities have a limited height. So I asked staff to look into this. So I got a motion up. I don't know, Peter, you see the motion there? And it's just to report back in September and see how we could be more flexible for the developers to go a little bit higher. So this way it will attract a little bit of business. We're getting a lot of applications, but I don't see any construction. Really, they're more speculating. And we got some good developers that want to come, but the cost doesn't cover purchasing the land and the interest and stuff before they actually get the occupancy on the thing. So they're asking for heights, and I think this is a good thing. I know Mississauga has it, Vaughan did it, and Toronto has it, and we need some of this construction here. So the motion states it to come back in September, look at citywide or a certain area. I know it still has to go through the region, but we might not have the infrastructure, but come back in September and see what the staff says. So the motion's on the board there.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Okay, so I will just, we do have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, and I'll just read that therefore be resolved that the City of Brampton direct staff to evaluate the merits of implementing limited height and density policies within the City of Brampton. For the result that staff bring forward any additional policies that could complement Council's direction to evaluate limited height and density policies, but also recommend alternative policies that it could address. And further, that staff report back to the Planning and Development Committee in September with recommendations in consideration by Council. Is there anyone opposed? Okay, no. So carried. Thank you. We've already dealt with correspondence, and we will now go on to Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions? I see none. So now public question period, over to you, City Clerk. Are there any questions from members of the public?
Mr. Chair, there are no questions.
Thank you very much. So our last item of business is adjournment. So I do have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to adjourn tonight's meeting, that the Planning and Development Committee do now adjourn to meet on Monday, June 21st at 7 p.m. Is there anyone opposed? I see none. Everyone have a good night and stay healthy, get your vaccination shot, and continue to practice social distancing, wear face mask in public. Thank you very much, and thank you to staff for working.